All right. All right, folks. We got some stuff going on, I guess. Kind of getting sick of this Twitter stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I got these I got these beautiful Orthodox Christian YouTubers and wanted to debate me on the popularity of gangster rap. A good faith debate, assuredly. Not someone who has a mimetic rivalry with me for some reason, because their followers are constantly, asking them about me and saying like, "Oh, what about this guy who says this?" And then he goes, "Oh, well, I can't have that guy in my brand space. I can't have anyone listening to anyone other than me." So, he's got to humiliate me, or so he hopes to, in a debate of some sort. It's just very funny how all of these people are the same. You experience this on every side of everything because it's just the nature of the medium. It's just this parasocial marketplace of gurus. It's literally just this syncretist whore of Babylon market for all sorts of idolatry. You can get every single flavor of idolatry you want. You could be an Orthodox idolater if you want. We're here to debate Christian ethics, not practice them, you see. It's not about the word. It's not about the word at all. It's about fashion. Anyway, I got one thing I wanted to read before I open it up to whatever anyone else wants to do. It's this right here. It's poetry today in America, Shakespeare, The Future by Walt Whitman from the year 1888. So I was going to read this because it's better than anything else we're going to end up talking about in this insufferable discourse. So here it is. Strange as it may seem, the topmost proof of a race is its own born poetry. The presence of that or the absence each tells its story. Is the flowering rose or lily, is the ripened fruit to a tree, the apple or the peach, no matter how fine the trunk or copious or rich the branches and foliage, here waits sine qua non at last, the stamp of entire and finished greatness to any nation, to the American Republic among the rest, must be sternly withheld to let us put what it stands for in the blossom of original, first-class poems. No imitations will do. And though no aesthetic worthy the present condition or future certainties of the new world seems to have been outlined in men's minds or has been generally called for or thought needed, I am clear that until the United States have just such definite and native expressors in the highest artistic fields, their mere political, geographical, wealth-forming, even intellectual eminence, however astonishing and predominant, will constitute but a more and more expanded and well-appointed body and perhaps brain with little or no soul. Sugarcoat the grim truth as we may and ward off with outward plausible words, denials, explanations to the mental inward perception of the land, this blank is plain, a barren void exists. For the meanings and mature purposes of these states are not the constructing of a new world of politics merely, and physical comforts for the million, but even more determinedly in range with science and the modern of a new world of democratic sociology and imaginative literature. If the latter were not established for the states to form their own permanent tie and hold, first named would be of little avail. With the poems of a first-class lander twined as weft with warp, its types of personal character, of individuality, peculiar, native, its own physiognomy, man's and woman's, its own shapes, forms, and manners, fully justified under the eternal laws of all forms, all manners, all times. The hour has come for democracy in America to inaugurate itself in the two directions specified: autochthonic poems and personalities, born expressors of itself, its spirit alone, to radiate in subtle ways, not only in art, but the practical and familiar, in transactions between employers and employed persons, in business and wages, and sternly in the army and navy, and revolutionizing them. I find nowhere a scope profound enough and radical and objective enough, either for aggregates or individuals. The thought and identity of a poetry in America to fill and worthily fill the great void and enhance these aims, electrifying all and several, involves the essence and integral facts, real and spiritual, of the whole land, the whole body, what the great sympathetic is to the congeries of bones, joints, heart, fluids, nervous system, and vitality, constituting, launching forth in time and space a human being, I, an immortal soul. Such relation, and no less, holds true poetry to the single personality or to the nation. Here are 38 states stand today, the children of past precedents, and young as they are, heirs of a very old estate. One or two points we will consider out of the myriads presenting themselves. The feudalism of the British Islands, illustrated by Shakespeare and by his legitimate followers, Walter Scott and Alfred Tennyson, with all its tyrannies, superstitions, evils, and most superb and heroic permeating veins, poems, manners, even its errors, fascinating. It almost seems as if only the feudalism in Europe, like slavery in our own South, could outcrop types of tallest, noblest personal characters, yet strength and devotion and love better than elsewhere, invincible courage, generosity, aspiration, the spines of all. Here is where Shakespeare and the others I have named perform a service incalculably precious to our America. Politics, literature, and everything else centers at last in perfect personnel, as democracy is defined the same as the rest. And here feudalism is unrivaled. Here the rich and highest rising lessons it bequeaths us, a mass of foreign nutriment, which we are to work over and popularize and enlarge and present again in our own growths. Still, there are pretty grave and anxious drawbacks, jeopardies, fears. Let us give some reflections on the subject, a little fluctuating, but starting from one central thought and returning there again. Two or three curious results may plow up. As in the astronomical laws, the very power that would seem most deadly and destructive turns out to be latently conservative of longest, vastest future births and lives. We'll for once briefly examine the just named author solely from a Western point of view. And maybe, indeed, that we shall use the sun of English literature and the brightest current stars of his system mainly as pegs to hang some cogitations on for home inspection. As depictor and dramatist of the passions at their stormiest outstretch, though ranking high, Shakespeare, spanning the arc wide enough, is equaled by several and excelled by the best old Greeks, as Aeschylus. But in portraying medieval European lords and barons, the arrogant port so dear to the inmost human heart, pride, pride, dearest perhaps of all, touching us too of the states closest of all, closer than love, he stands alone, and I do not wonder he so riches the world. From first to last, also, Walter Scott and Tennyson, like Shakespeare, exhale that principle of caste which we Americans have come on earth to destroy. Jefferson's verdict on the Waverley novels was that they turned and condensed brilliant but entirely false lights and glamours over the lords, ladies, and aristocratic institutes of Europe with all their measureless infamies, and then left the bulk of the suffering, downtrodden people contemptuously in the shade. Without stopping to answer this honest, stinging criticism, or to repay any part of the debt of thanks I owe, in common with every American, to the noblest, healthiest, cheeriest romancer that ever lived, I pass on to Tennyson his works. Poetry here of a very high, perhaps the highest, order of verbal melody, exquisitely clean and pure, and almost always perfumed like the tuberose to an extreme of sweetness. Sometimes not, however, but even then a camellia of the hothouse, never a common flower, the verse of inside elegance and high life, and yet preserving amid all its super delicatesse a smack of outdoors and outdoor folk. The old Norman lordhood quality here, too, crossed with that Saxon fibre from which twain the best current stock of England springs. Poetry that revels above all things in traditions of knights and chivalry and deeds of daring do, the odor of English social life in its highest range, a melancholy, affectionate, very manly, but dainty breed, pervading the pages like an invisible scent, the idleness, the traditions, the mannerisms, the stately ennui, the yearning of love like a spinal mirror inside of all, the costumes, brocade and satin, the old houses and furniture, solid oak, no mere veneering, the moldy secrets everywhere, the verdure, the ivy on the walls of the moat, the English landscape outside, the buzzing fly in the sun inside the window pane. Never one democratic page, nay, not a line, not a word. Never free and naive poetry, but involved, labored, quite sophisticated. Even when the theme is ever so simple or rustic, a shell, a bit of sedge, the commonest love passage between a lad and lass. The handling of the rhyme, all showing the scholar and conventional gentleman, showing the laureate too, the attaché of the throne, and most excellent too. Nothing better through the volumes than the dedication to the Queen at the beginning and the other fine dedication, these to his memory, preceding idols of the king. Such for an offhand summary of the mighty three that now, by the women, men, and young folk of the 50 million given these states by their late census, have been and are more read than all others put together. We hear it said, both of Tennyson and another current leading literary illustrator of Great Britain, Carlyle, as of Victor Hugo in France, that not one of them is personally friendly or admirant toward America. Indeed, quite the reverse. That they and more good minds than theirs cannot span the vast revolutionary arc thrown by the United States over the centuries, fixed in the present, launched to the endless future, that they cannot stomach the high life below stairs, coloring all our poetic and genteel social status so far, the measureless viciousness of the great radical republic, with its ruffianly nominations and elections, its loud, ill pitched voice, utterly regardless whether the verb agrees with the nominative, its fights, errors, erectations, repulsions, dishonesties, audacities, those fearful and varied and long continued storm and stress stages so offensive to the well regulated college bred mind, where with nature, history, and time block out nationalities more powerful than the past, and to upturn it and press on to the future, that they cannot understand and fathom all this, I say, is to be wondered at? Fortunately, the gestation of our 38 empires and plenty more to come proceeds on its course on scales of area and velocity immense and absolute as the globe, and like the globe itself, quite oblivious even of great poets and thinkers, but we can by no means afford to be oblivious of them. The same of feudalism, its castles, courts, etiquettes, personalities, however they, or the spirits of them hovering in the air, might scowl and glower at such removes as current Kansas or Kentucky life informs, the latter may by no means repudiate or leave out the former. Allowing all the evil that it did, we get, here and today, a balance of good out of its reminiscence, almost beyond price. Am I content, then, that the general interior child of our republic should be supplied and nourished by wholesale from foreign and antagonistic sources such as these? Let me answer that question briefly. Years ago, I thought Americans ought to strike out separate and have expression of their own in highest literature. I think so still, and more decidedly than ever. But those convictions are now strongly tempered by some additional points, perhaps the result of advancing age or the reflections of invalidism. I see that this world of the West, as part of all, fuses inseparably with the East and with all, as time does, the ever new yet old human race, the same subject continued as the novels of our grandfathers had it for chapter heads. If we are not hospitably received and contemplate the inaugurations of the old civilizations and change their small scale to the largest, broadest scale, what on earth are we here for? The currents of practical business in America, the rude, coarse, tussling facts of our lives and all their daily experiences, need just the precipitation and tincture of this entirely different fancy world of lulling, contrasting, even feudalistic anti-republican poetry and romance. On the enormous outgrowth of our unloosed individualities and the rank self-assertion of humanity here, may well fall these grace-persuading recherche influences. We first require that individuals and communities shall be free. Then surely comes a time when it is requisite that they shall not be too free. Although to such results in the future I look mainly for a great poetry native to us, these importations till then will have to be accepted, such as they are, and thankful they are no worse. The inmost spiritual currents of the present time curiously revenge and check their own compelled tendency to democracy and absorption in it, by marked learnings to the past, by reminiscences in poems, plots, operas, novels, to a far-off contrary, deceased world, as if they dreaded the great vulgar gulf tides of today. Then what has been 50 centuries growing, working in and accepted as crowns and pieces for our kind, is not going to be pulled down and discarded in a hurry. It is, perhaps, time we paid our respects directly to the honorable party, the real object of these preambles. But we must make reconnaissance a little further still. Not the least part of our lesson were to realize the curiosity and interest of friendly foreign experts and how our situation looks to them. A few years ago, I saw the question, has America produced any great poem announced as prize subject for the competition of some university in Northern Europe? I saw the item in a foreign paper and made a note of it. But being taken down with paralysis and prostrated for a long season, the matter slipped away, and I've never been able since to get hold of any essay presented for the prize or report of the discussion, nor to learn for certain whether there was any essay or discussion, nor can I now remember the place. It may have been Uppsala or possibly Heidelberg. Perhaps some German or Scandinavian can give particulars. I think it was in 1872. American poetry, says the London Times, in a long and prominent editorial at the time on the death of William Cullen Bryant, is, quote, the poetry of apt pupils, but it is afflicted from first to last with a fatal want of raciness. Bryant has been long passed as a poet by Professor Longfellow, but in Longfellow, with all his scholarly grace and tender feeling, the defect is more apparent than it is in Bryant. Mr. Lowell can overflow with American humor when politics inspire his muse, but in the realm of pure poetry is no more American than a Newdigate prize man. Joaquin Miller's verse has fluency, movement, and harmony, but as for the thought, his songs of the Sierras might as well have been written in Holland. Unless in a certain very slight contingency, the Times says, quote, American verse from its earliest to its latest stages seems an exotic, with an exuberance of gorgeous blossom, but no principle of reproduction. That is the very note and test of its inherent want. Great poets are tortured and massacred by having their flowers of fancy gathered and gummed down in the hortus siccus of an anthology. American poets show better in an anthology than in the collective volumes of their works. Like their audience, they have been unable to resist the attraction of the vast orbit of English literature. They may talk of the primeval forest, but it would generally be very hard from internal evidence to detect that they were writing on the banks of the Hudson rather than on those of the Thames. In fact, they have caught the English tone and air and mood only too faithfully, and are accepted by the superficially cultivated English intelligence as readily as if they were English born. Americans themselves confess to a certain disappointment that a literary curiosity and intelligence so diffused as in the United States have not taken up English literature at the point at which America has received it and carried it forward and developed it with an independent energy. But like reader, like poet, both show the effects of having come into a state they have not earned. A nation of readers has required of its poets a diction and symmetry of form equal to that of an old literature like that of Great Britain, which is also theirs. No ruggedness, however racy, would be tolerated by circles which, however superficial their culture, read Byron and Tennyson. The English critic, though a gentleman and a scholar and friendly withal, is evidently not altogether satisfied. Perhaps he is jealous, and winds up by saying, quote, for the English language to have been enriched with a national poetry was not English but American, would have been a treasure beyond price, with which, as wet and foil, we shall proceed to ventilate more definitely certain, no doubt, willful opinions. Leaving unnoticed at present the great masterpieces of the antique or anything from the Middle Ages, the prevailing flow of poetry for the last 50 or 80 years, and now at its height, has been and is, like the music, an expression of mere surface melody within narrow limits, and yet To give it its due, perfectly satisfying to the demands of the ear, of wondrous charm, of smooth and easy delivery, and the triumph of technical art. Above all things, it is fractional and select. It shrinks with aversion from the sturdy, the universal, and the democratic. The poetry of the future, a phrase open to sharp criticism and not satisfactory to me, but significant, and I will use it. The poetry of the future aims at the free expression of emotion, which means far, far more than appears at first, and to arouse and initiate more than to define or finish. Like all modern tendencies, it is direct or indirect reference continually to the reader, to you or me, to the central identity of everything, the mighty ego. Byron's was a vehement dash with plenty of impatient democracy, but lurid and introverted amid all its magnetism, not at all the fitting, lasting song of a grand, secure, free, sunny race. It is more akin likewise to outside life and landscape, returning mainly to the antique feeling, real sun and gale, and woods and shores, to the elements themselves, not sitting at ease in parlor or library listening to a good tale of them, told in good rhyme. Character, a feature far above style or polish, a feature not present at any time, but now first brought to the fore, gives predominant stamp to advancing poetry. Its born sister, music, already responds to the same influences. The music of the present, Wagner's, Gounod's, even the later Verdi's, all tends towards this free expression of poetic emotion and demands a vocalism totally unlike that required for Rossini's splendid roulades or Bellini's suave melodies. Is there not even now indeed an evolution and departure from the masters? Venerable and unsurpassable after their kind as are the old works, and always unspeakably precious as studies for Americans more than any other people. Is it too much to say that by the shifted combinations of the modern mind, the whole underlying theory of first class verse has changed? Formerly, during the present period termed classic, says Saint Beuve, when literature was governed by recognized rules, he was considered the best poet who had composed the most perfect work, the most beautiful poem, the most intelligible, the most agreeable to read, the most complete in every respect. The Aeneid, the Jerusalem, a fine tragedy. Today, something else is wanted. For us, the greatest poet is he who in his works most stimulates the reader's imagination and reflection, who excites him the most himself to poeticize. The greatest poet is not he who has done the best, it is he who suggests the most. He, not all of whose meaning is at first obvious, and who leaves you much to desire, to explain, to study, much to complete in your turn. The fatal defects our American singers labor under are subordination of spirit, an absence of the concrete and of real patriotism, and an excess that modern aesthetic contagion a queer friend of mine calls the beauty disease. The immoderate taste for beauty and art, says Charles Baudelaire, leads men into monstrous excesses. In minds imbued with a frantic greed for the beautiful, all the balances of truth and justice disappear. There is a lust, a disease of the art faculties which eats up the moral like a cancer. Of course, by our plentiful verse writers, there is plenty of service performed of a kind. Nor need we go far for a tally. We see in every polite circle a class of accomplished, good natured persons. Society, in fact, could not get on without them. Fully eligible for certain problems, times, and duties, to mix eggnog, to mend the broken spectacles, to decide whether the stewed eels shall precede the sherry, or the sherry the stewed eels, to eke our Mrs. A.B.'s parlor tableau with monk, Jew, lover, puck, Prospero, Caliban, or whatnot, and to generally contribute and gracefully adapt their flexibilities and talents in those ranges to the world's service. But for real crises, great needs and pulls, moral, physical, they might as well have never been born. The accepted notion of a poet would appear to be a sort of male odalisque, singing or piano playing, a kind of spiced ideas, second-hand reminiscences, or toying late hours at entertainments in rooms stifling with fashionable scent. I think I haven't seen a new, published, healthy, bracing, simple lyric in 10 years. Not long ago, there were verses in each of three fresh monthlies from leading authors, and every one, the whole central motif, perfectly serious, was the melancholiness of a marriageable young woman who didn't get a rich husband, but a poor one. Besides its tonic and alfresco physiology, relieving such as this, the poetry of the future will take on character in a more important respect. Science Having extirpated the old stock fables and superstitions is clearing a field for verse, for all the arts, and even for romance, a hundredfold ampler and more wonderful with the new principles behind. Republicanism advances over the whole world. Liberty with the law by her side will one day be paramount, will at any rate be the central idea. Then only, for all the splendor and beauty of what has been, or the polish of what is, then only will the true poets appear, and the true poems. Not the satin and patchouli of today, not the glorification of the butcheries and wars of the past, nor any fight between deity on one side and somebody else on the other. Not Milton, not even Shakespeare's plays, grand as they are. Entirely different and hitherto unknown classes of men being authoritatively called for in imaginative literature will certainly appear. What is hitherto most lacking, perhaps, most absolutely indicates the future. Democracy has been hurried on through time by measureless tides and winds, resistless as the revolution of the globe and as far-reaching and rapid. But in the highest walks of art, it has not yet had a single representative worthy of it anywhere upon the earth. Never had real bard a task more fit for sublime ardor and genius than to sing worthily the songs these states have already indicated. Their origin, Washington, 76, the picturesqueness of old times, the War of 1812 and the sea fighters, the incredible rapidity of movement and breadth of area to fuse and compact the South and North, the East and West, to express the native forms, situations, scenes, from Montauk to California, and from the Saguenay to the Rio Grande. The working out on such gigantic scales, such a swift and mighty play of changing light and shade, of the great problems of man and freedom. How far ahead of the stereotype plots or gem cutting or tales of love or wars or mere ambition. Our history is so full of spinal, modern, germinal subjects, one above all. With the ancient siege of Ilium and the puissance of Hector's and Agamemnon's warriors proved to Hellenic art and literature and all art and literature since, may prove the war of attempted secession of 1861 to 65 to the future aesthetics, drama, romance, poems of the United States. Nor could utility itself provide anything more practically serviceable to the 100 millions who, a couple of generations hence, will inhabit within the limits just named than the permeation of a sane, sweet, autochthonous national poetry. Must I say, of a kind that does not now exist, but which I fully believe will in time be supplied on scales as free as nature's elements. It is acknowledged that we of the states are the most materialistic and money-making people ever known. My own theory, while fully accepting this, is that we're also the most emotional, spiritualistic, and poetry-loving people also. Infinite are the new and orbic traits waiting to be launched forth in the firmament that is and is to be America. Lately, I have wondered whether the last meeting of this cluster of 38 states is not only practical fraternity among themselves, the only real union, which nearer its accomplishment too than appears on the surface, but for fraternity over the whole globe, the dazzling, pensive dream of ages, indeed the peculiar glory of our lands I have come to see or expect to see, not in their geographical or republican greatness, nor wealth, or products, nor military or naval power, nor special eminent names in any department to shine with or outshine, foreign special names in similar departments, but more and more in a vaster, saner, more surrounding comradeship, uniting closer and closer, not only the American states, but all nations and all humanity. That, O poets, is not that a theme worth chanting, striving for? Why not fix your verses henceforth to the gauge of the round globe, the whole race? Perhaps the most illustrious culmination of the modern may thus prove to be a single growth of joyous, more exalted bards of adhesiveness, identically one in soul, but contributed by every nation, each after its distinctive kind. Let us, audacious, start it. Let the diplomats, as ever, still deeply plan, seeking advantages, proposing treaties between governments, and to bind them on paper. What I seek is different, simpler. I would inaugurate from America for this purpose new formulas, international poems. I have thought that the invisible root out of which the poetry deepest and dearest to humanity grows is friendship. I have thought that both in patriotism and song, even amid their grandest shows past, we have adhered too long to petty limits, and the time has come to enfold the world. Not only is the human and artificial world we have established in the West a radical departure from anything hitherto known, not only men and politics and all that goes with them, but nature itself, in the main sense, its constriction is different. The same old font of type, of course, but set up to a text never composed or issued before. For nature consists not only in itself objectively, but at least just as much in its subjective reflection from the person, spirit, age, looking at it in the midst of it and observing it. Faithfully sends back the characteristic beliefs of the time or individual takes and readily gives again the physiognomy of any nation or literature, falls like a great elastic veil on a face or like the molding plaster on a statue. What is nature? What were the elements, the invisible backgrounds and eidolons of it, to Homer's heroes, voyagers, gods? What all through the wanderings of Virgil's Aeneas, then to Shakespeare's characters, Hamlet, Lear, the English Norman kings, the Romans? What was nature to Rousseau, to Voltaire, to the German Goethe and his little classical court gardens? And those presentiments in Tennyson, see the idols of the king, what sumptuous perfumed arras and gold nature inimitably described, better than any, fit for princes and knights, peerless ladies, wrathful or peaceful, just the same. Vivian and Merlin in their strange dalliance, or the death float of Elaine or Geraint, and the long journey of his disgraced Enid and himself through the wood, and the wife all day driving the horses. As in all the great imported artworks, treatises, systems, from Lucretius down, there's a constantly lurking, often pervading something that will have to be eliminated, is not only unsuited to modern democracy and science in America, but insulting to them and disproved by them. Whatever may be said of the few principal poems or their best passages, it is certain that the overwhelming mass of poetic works, as now absorbed into human character, exerts a certain constipating, repressing, indoor, and artificial influence impossible to elude. Seldom or never that freeing, dilating, joyous one with which uncramped nature works on every individual without exceptions. Still, the rule of the main of poetry will always be not the exterior, but interior, not the macrocosm, but microcosm, not nature, but man. I haven't said anything about the imperative need of a race of giant bards in the future to hold up high to eyes of land and race the eternal antiseptic models and to dauntlessly confront greed and justice and all forms of that wiliness and tyranny whose roots never die. My opinion is that after all, the rest is advanced. That is what first class poets are for. As to their days and occasions, the Hebrew lyrists, Roman Juvenal, and doubtless the old singers of India and the British Druids, the counteract dangers, immensest ones, already looming in America, measureless corruption in politics, what we call religion, a mere mask of wax or lace, for ensemble, that most cankerous, offensive of all earth's shows, a vast and varied community, prosperous and fat with wealth of money and products and business ventures, plenty of mere intellectuality, too. And then utterly without the sound prevailing moral and aesthetic health action beyond all the money and mere intellect of the world. It is a dream of mine that in times to come, west, south, east, north, will silently, surely arise a race of such poets, varied yet one in soul, nor only poets and of the best, but newer, larger prophets, larger than Judea's and more passionate to meet and penetrate those woes as shafts of light the darkness. As I write, the last fifth of the 19th century is entered upon and will soon be waning. Now and for a long time to come, what the United States most need to give purport, definiteness, reason, why, to their unprecedented material wealth, industrial products, education by rote merely, great populousness, and intellectual activity, is the central, spinal reality, or even the idea of it, of such a democratic band of native born and bred teachers, artists, litterateurs, tolerant and receptive of importations, but entirely adjusted to the West, to ourselves, to our own days, combinations, differences, superiorities. Indeed, I am fond of thinking that the whole series of concrete and political triumphs of the Republic are mainly as bases and preparations for half a dozen future poets, ideal personalities, referring not to a special class, but to the entire people, 4 or 5 million of square miles. Long, long are the processes of the development of a nationality. Only to the rapt vision does the seen become the prophecy of the unseen. Is there not such a thing as the philosophy of American history and politics? And if so, what is it? Wise men say there are two sets of wills to nations and to persons. One set them acts and works from explainable motives, from teaching, intelligence, judgment, circumstance, caprice, emulation, greed, etc. And then another set, perhaps deep, hidden, unsuspected, yet often more potent than the first, refusing to be argued with, rising as it were out of abysses, resistlessly urging on speakers, doers, communities, unwitting to themselves. The poet to his fieriest words, the race to pursue its loftiest ideal. Indeed, the paradox of the nation's life and career, with all its wondrous contradictions, can probably only be explained from these two wills, sometimes conflicting, each operating in its sphere, combining in races or in persons, and in producing strangest results. Let us hope there is, indeed, can there be any doubt that there is, this great unconscious and abysmic second will also running through the average nationality and career of America. Let us hope that amid all the dangers and defections of the present, and through all the processes of the conscious will, it alone is the permanent and sovereign force, destined to carry on the new world, to fulfill its destinies in the future, to resolutely pursue those destinies, age upon age, to build far, far beyond its past vision, present thought, to form and fashion, and for the general type, men and women more noble, more athletic than the world has yet seen, to gradually, firmly blend from all the states with all varieties a friendly, happy, free, religious nationality, a nationality not only the richest, most inventive, most productive, and materialistic the world has yet known, but compacted indissolubly, and out of whose ample and solid bulk and giving purpose and finish to it, conscience, morals, and all the spiritual attributes shall surely rise like spires above some group of edifices firm footed on the earth, yet scaling space and heaven. Great as they are, and greater far to be, the United States too are but a series of steps in the eternal process of creative thought. And here is, to my mind, their final justification and certain perpetuity. There is in that sublime process, in the laws of the universe, and above all in the moral law, something that would make unsatisfactory and even vain and contemptible all the triumphs of war, the gains of peace, and the proudest worldly grandeur of all the nations that have ever existed, or that ours included now exist, except that we constantly see through all their worldly career, however struggling and blind and lame attempts by all ages, all peoples, according to their development, to reach, to press, to progress on, and ever further on to more and more advanced ideals. The glory of the Republic of the United States, in my opinion, is to be that emerging in the light of the modern and splendor of science and solidly based on the past, it is to cheerfully range itself and its politics are henceforth to come under those universal laws and embody them and carry them out to serve them. As only that individual becomes truly great who understands well that while complete in himself in a certain sense, he is but a part of the divine eternal scheme, and whose special life and laws are adjusted to move in harmonious relations with the general laws of nature, and especially with the moral law, the deepest and highest of all, and the last vitality of man and state. So the United States may only become the greatest and most continuous by understanding well their harmonious relation with entire humanity and history, and all their laws and progress, sublimed with the creative thought of deity through all time, past, present, and future. Thus will they expand to the amplitude of their destiny and become illustrations and culminating parts of the cosmos and of civilization. No more considering the states as an incident or a series of incidents, however vast, coming accidentally along the path of time and shaped by causal emergencies as they happen to arise and the mere result of modern improvements, vulgar and lucky, ahead of other nations and times. I would finally plant as the seeds these thoughts are speculations in the growth of our republic, that is, a deliberate culmination and result of the past, that here too, as in all departments of the universe, regular law, slow and sure in planting, slow and sure in ripening, have controlled and governed and will yet control and govern, and that those laws can no more be baffled or steered clear of or vitiated by chance or any fortune or opposition than the laws of winter and summer or darkness and light. The summing up of the tremendous moral and military perturbations of 1861 to 5 and their results, and indeed of the entire 100 years of the past of our national experiment from its inchoate movement down to the present day, is that They all now launch the United States fairly forth consistently with the entirety of civilization and humanity, and in main sort the representative of them, leading the van, leading the fleet of the modern and democratic on the seas and voyages of the future. And the real history of the United States, starting from that great convulsive struggle for unity, the Secession War, triumphantly concluded, and the South victorious after all, is only to be written at the remove of hundreds, perhaps 1,000 years hence. Let me read that again. And the real history of the United States, starting from the great convulsive struggle for unity, the Secession War, triumphantly concluded, and the South victorious after all, is only to be written at the remove of hundreds, perhaps 1,000 years hence. That was a big footnote, so I'm going back to where he jumped off from. Democracy, so far tending to the real, is not only but the grandest ideal to justify the modern by that, and not only to equal, but to become by that superior to the past. On a comprehensive summing up of the processes in present and hitherto condition of the United States with reference to their future and the indispensable precedents to it, my point, below all surfaces and subsoiling them, is that the bases and prerequisites of a leading nationality are first, at all hazards, freedom, worldly wealth, and products on the largest and most varied scale, common education and intercommunication, and in general, the passing through of just the stages and crudities we have passed or are passing through in the United States. Then, perhaps, as weightiest factor of the whole business and of the main outgrowths of the future, it remains to be definitely avowed that the native born middle class population of quite all the United States, the average of farmers and mechanics everywhere, the real, the latent and silent bulk of America, city or country, presents a magnificent mass of material never before equaled on earth. It is this material, quite unexpressed by literature or art, that in every respect ensures the future of the Republic. During the Secession War, I was with the armies and saw the rank and file, North and South, and studied them for 4 years. I've never had the least doubt about the country and its essential future since. Meantime, we can, perhaps, do no better than to saturate ourselves with and continue to give imitations yet a while of the aesthetic model supplies of the past and of those lands we spring from, those wondrous stores, reminiscences, floods, currents. Let them flow on, flow hither freely, and let the sources be enlarged to include not only the works of British origin as now, but stately and devout Spain, courteous France, profound Germany, the manly Scandinavian lands, Italy's art race, and always the mystic Orient. Remember that at present, and doubtless long ahead, a certain humility would well become us. The course through time of highest civilization, does it not wait the first glimpse of our contribution to its cosmic train of poems, Bibles, first class structures, perpetuities, Egypt and Palestine and India, Greece and Rome and medieval Europe, and so onward? The shadowy procession is not a meager one, and the standard not a low one. All that is mighty in our kind seems to have already trod the road. Ah, never may America forget her thanks and reverence for sample treasures such as these, that other lifeblood, inspiration, sunshine, hourly and use today, all days forever, through her broad domain. All serves our new world progress, even the bafflers, headwinds, cross tides. Through many perturbations and squalls and much backing and filling, the ship upon the whole makes unmistakably for her destination. Shakespeare served and serves, maybe, the best of any. For conclusion, a passing thought, a contrast of him who, in my opinion, continues and stands for the Shakespearean cultus at the present day among all English writing peoples, of Tennyson, his poetry. I find it impossible, as I taste the sweetness of those lines, to escape the flavor, the conviction, the lush ripening culmination and last honey of decay. I dare not call it rottenness, of that feudalism which the mighty English dramatist painted in all the splendors of its noon and afternoon, and how they are chanted, both poets. Happy those kings and nobles to be so sung, so told, to run their course, to get their deeds in shapes and lasting pigments, the very pomp and dazzle of the sunset. Meanwhile, democracy waits the coming of its bards in silence and in twilight, but 'tis the twilight of the dawn. That's what America's about, baby. That's what it's all about. Ah, nothing like a nice Walt Whitman rant to get you amped up, huh? I think he's right, though. That's the glory of American poetry, is that we haven't even accomplished it yet. Real American poetry is like really exploding. I think what he premises as being real American poetry comes about in the 20th century. What is it? It's the Blake inspired beats. It's the new form of poetry that's inspired by the avant garde of the decaying feudal aristocracy, right? So, isn't that what the avant garde of the early 20th century is? You have both the height of the decadence of the ancient regime, but you also have the most cutting edge, like those writing for the Twilight. These Twilight years, you see the poets either celebrating or mourning the Twilight, the ending of that age of Europe. But, it's been sticking around for a little bit longer than I think people have suspected. I think we're really in the Twilight era now, the end of the ancient regime globally. It'll be from American poetry, that poetry, the poetry that inspired Mao. It's that which is reshaping the world today. Whew. I don't know, guys. What do you want to talk about? I'm feeling kind of grinchy. Feeling kind of grinchy. I've got all these people. I've got we've got Nick Land embarrassing himself about Elon Musk and Jay Dyer wanting to debate me about gangster rap. But Jay Dyer hasn't read Walt Whitman and about the future of American poetry. So what would he have to? What's the debate on? Didn't actually want to debate. He just wanted to accuse me of all the things he accused me of. This is a Christian of good faith, by the way. A good Christian who says this. I am accusing you. I am accusing you. You think you're some elite, high IQ, sophisticated poet. It's all hollow bullshit. You're a coward. You can't handle a formal debate over whether or not gangster rap's popularity is a conspiracy, whether or not people it's like actually has any meaning representing something about America. Literally, what is gangster rap? It's the same thing as fucking Shakespeare. It's like the decay of the ancient regime. It's just been completely democratized. You have people who are the kings of their block now. You have gang warfare. That's what we have. Everyone gets to be a little feudal lord. That's America. We went that route. Whitman warned us about it. And we're getting to about the time where we'll be able to write that history where we recognize that the South actually won the Civil War. They assassinated Lincoln and they kept this feudal structures intact through the centuries. The landlord power only increased from thence on after the Civil War. Radical Republicans were taken out. There's an international consensus amongst the Anglo-Saxons to defend the remnants of their decaying British Empire. And that's what we put our lives on the line. We fought 2 world wars to do that. It's where we are now. We're going to say gangster rap is a conspiracy theory pushed by the Illuminati. These people are serious. Anyway, homework sucks. What's up? Homework sucks. I agree. It should be banned. The Puritans wouldn't give your kids homework. What's up, dude? What can I do for your homework? Hello, dude. You're on. You can talk. All right. You can try again. Try again in a second. Can you talk now? I can't hear you. I'm gonna move on to the next person. Sorry, bud. You can try again in a second. Wounded Pilgrim 40. I gotcha. What's up? What can I do for you?
Yo, logo.
Yo, what's up?
La, 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 la. la, 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 la. Anyways,
Beautiful.
anyways, yo, why,
Song is so hard. I just wanted to say one thing.
yeah,
That song is so hard to play that I have not seen someone do a cover version of it and sing the right words.
yeah, 16, 16. Yeah, man, it's a good one now. I think
It's one of my favorite songs ever.
I sent you one today. I posted on I tagged you in it, but check it out later. It's a good Dylan song.
Yeah. Nice. Well, what can I do for you, man?
Yeah, I just had a quick question about wait. So you've been in debates in the past. Like, what's your take on debates these days? You're not feeling like the
It's a complete waste of time. I felt like it was a waste of time when I was doing it then, and they were a complete waste of time. And so, like, if someone asked me, like, do I want to debate something, I'm going to say no, because it's going to be a waste of my fucking time. Discourse with analytics is nothing but lost time. The faster you learn this, the less time you'll waste thinking that there's some type of productivity that can come from debate. There's no productive element of a debate whatsoever.
did you
Debate is not over truth. Debate is not over truth. The debate is always about rhetoric. So it just means who's more persuasive. And so it turns out that if you're having a debate, the most persuasive thing you can do is to just slander your opposition. That's all like. So that's all anyone will do. That's the whole point. Like, the only reason you wouldn't do that is so that you seem, again, ad hominem, to seem like you're better than doing that. So what you would then do, the best strategy in the debate, is to slander your enemy in a way that seems like you're not doing that. So it seems like you're being charitable and kind, but you're actually being an asshole, and you're slandering. Or like, Trump would do this all the time. I'm not saying this, people are saying that, you know what I mean? That's what a real debate is. Like, we saw this happen. Like, when a debate is just going to be clout lording, and it just ends up into a schoolyard. There's a great part in Gombrovich's Fruity Durka, which just shows what debates all are at the end of the day. And it's these children just making faces at each other back and forth, like an academic gets sent back to elementary school. He's trying to have a debate. And it turns out that debates are just making faces at each other. He just makes a face and then you make a face back. And that's what a debate is.
yeah,
As
man.
Gombrovich says also, he says, when we play tennis, like we don't say that the meaning of us hitting a ball back and forth is something beyond us hitting the ball back and forth. But when we toss ideas back and forth, we toss rhetoric back and forth, we pretend that there's some transcendental meaning to this, but there isn't.
Yeah, it's a shame because in my impression, Jay Dyer is like the big face of Orthodox too, and like he's always just like
that's what think about that.
He's
Think about that.
He's
The face
slandering like every Catholic I know. I mean,
he's a product representative, man. He's a marketer for a lifestyle. Okay, you can call this the internet Orthodox lifestyle. How do you have that lifestyle? He'll tell you. That's what everyone's doing on here. Like, he's not a monk. He's not sitting. He's not a hiero monk. Okay, he's not performing the sacraments. He's a YouTube debate guy who wants to just debate shit instead of practicing it in reality.
Yeah, I like that tweet you had about.
No, it's literally what it is.
Ethics.
What's the point of doing these debates? Well, literally is the point. We're going to rehash all of the doctrinal problems and debates that have existed in Christendom for 2 millennia over and over again, infinitely. We'll just replay the arguments at the Council of Chalcedon, the Council of Nicaea, all of these things. We're just going to infinitely be seeking, like, is this person a Gnostic? Oh, this person has the wrong theory of the Trinity, etc. Literally, Titus 3:9. I'm going to read Titus.
All right.
Like, if you read the Bible itself, it's telling you that this is a complete waste of your fucking time to do.
Yeah.
Avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions, striving about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain. And that is what they are. It's completely unprofitable and vain.
Well, wouldn't they argue that it is profitable?
But they can't demonstrate what those profits are. They just then define whatever they're doing as being fruitful in and of itself.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fruitful. Like, well, you'd say it's fruitful, right? Because, like, he said, like, he's revealed me to be a pretentious, fake poet who thinks he's so much better, et cetera, et cetera. All these projections he has when he's guilty of all the same shit himself. Like, that's why people hate me. Particularly what they say about me is exactly what other people say about them. It's the ways in we're similar, in which they have to distinguish themselves, being like, oh, I'm not just doing this, I'm not just an internet Christian, blah blah blah. Like, no, I have like real credentials or something. It's just like, what's the point, dude? It's all just
Um,
brand maneuvering
yeah. What
all the way down, top to
So
bottom.
do you think you'd ever like say you get older and like you think you'd ever join a denomination, or are you pretty much like set on never
I'm
joining a
I just
separate
don't
topic?
know what that means. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know
Like
why this
I
is.
know,
It's like so baffling to me that this is like a question people are concerning themselves with. It's like, where what do you do? What building do you attend? Whatever. Who cares? What does that have
yeah,
to do with anything of substantial? You know what I mean? Like there are real problems in the world, and like what are we talking about? We're talking about like your hobbies, like how you spend your time. You know what I mean? Like it's such a fucking pointless, vapid, vain type of conversation. Is all this like, oh, do you what's your personal, like, I don't, that doesn't matter. Like what matters is what's going on here, what's reality in the world. It's not like he's explaining what's going on, he's just mystifying shit. He just goes around, he tells everyone, oh yeah, Hollywood is all this, it's all just like this, they're all like Satanists and they do like occult rituals and stuff. It's like, no, that's not actually how it happens. It's not actually literally how it works. Like it's just pure mystification. Like things are actually much more rational than that. Things are actually much more boring and vulgar and banal than that. You
I
can
thought
see
you
the
were kind of
linear,
like
like,
I
so
thought you were
annoying.
kind of a conspiracy guy though. Like correct me if I'm wrong,
What
but
isn't a conspiracy? Just tell me what, like, or is it just talking about anything, like ultimately positing some type of conspiracy of forces? Like to say that there is a nation, to say that the government exists is a conspiracy theory. We're suggesting that all of these myriad things are operating together, that they communicate with each other, and they're like things, like everything is a conspiracy in that sense. A conspiracy is just a term that we call any kind of thing that happens with human agency, like a collective, like, you know what I mean?
yeah, I
Like,
know what you
isn't it
mean.
a
Like,
conspiracy how you got a refrigerator? Isn't it a conspiracy like how your shoes were made? Like, what isn't a conspiracy then?
are you just kind of like, are you like bored with like those kind of like, it's kind of like Fox
It's just
Newsy?
vain.
Yeah,
It's just vain. It's pointless. It goes nowhere. People have been doing it for like 50 years. It goes nowhere. Oh
yeah,
well, actually, I'll tell
I
you what
agree.
it does. I'll tell you what it does. It just provides an income for the people who do it. That's
True.
what it does. It's entertainment.
Yeah, there's a Catholic guy called Dr. Taylor Marshall who's kind of like that, and it's just like
There's
it's kind of like
tons.
it's
It's
played
literally a
out.
huge market. It's literally a
Yeah.
huge market. It's one of the things we're most entertained by. Like everyone's doing this. Everyone's got their little fucking parapolitics shit going on. And in the meantime, everything just keeps running apace, and no one like is explaining why, like what's even going on. You know, like
What
all these people are supposed to
what's your solution?
understand things from their conspiratorial understanding of things. Don't understand how like the Bank of International Settlements works or whatever. There's like layers to it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're talking about
Yeah,
conspiracy.
I
It's
hear
like,
you.
okay, well let's talk about economics. Like how does the economy actually work? Like where is this money coming from? Like why are we doing the things that we're doing? Why are we defending coral reefs in this new military budget? Why is that there? There's actually perfectly rational reasons for that. You know what I mean? But like, are we talking about this stuff, or are we talking about like completely pointless shit?
So like, what's like your North Star is like Christian communism essentially.
Just the truth, man. Like, what's actually going on? Like, that to me is co-commitment. Those are like it's three ways of saying the same thing. Like, I'm saying that that's like the real telos of the world, right? Is that it is building in this exact way. I don't know. I take that for granted. I don't feel like I wouldn't debate that either. Like the idea that I would debate that, but I would like
Yeah.
argue with it. Like it's not an issue of debate. It's an issue of like hermeneutics. It's an issue of imagination. You know what I'm saying? If you can't even imagine what I'm talking about or like what I'm saying, like if you can't imagine what I'm trying to say, then I can't debate you into being capable of imagining what I'm talking about.
How did you
Like,
feel with like? Yeah, yeah. That's like I feel like the stuff you're saying to Destiny too was kind of going over his head, you know?
yeah, well, he's playing.
Yeah.
Well, his whole he doesn't care. He doesn't actually understand any of the things. Like his whole thing is about epistemic limitations and about doubt and skepticism. He doesn't actually claim to understand things. He just claims that like these are like a reasonable assumptions, etc. It's all these qualifiers because he doesn't actually like. It's no positive belief here. It's just like oh, this seems, but like this isn't what the consensus would say that the definition of that is. That's not even to say that that isn't what that is. That's just to point to another authority and say and be like, this is why I wouldn't place my bets on your interpretation being correct or whatever. Like there's all these meta discussions, but there's very, very little discussions on the most basic questions in the universe, like why are we here? What's the point of being alive? Like what is all of this going on? Why are things happening the way that they happen? Like the most basic things. Like why don't we have like why is the system that we have like this? Why is it still like this? Right? Like you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Do you
Like
find it hard, like as a Christian, to like engage in this like online world as with who you are and like
I don't know. I've developed a lot of patience.
not become like kind of like petty with like these people? Like, are you able to forgive?
With me, I don't really care. Like the thing is like I my forgiveness doesn't really matter. Like individually, I fundamentally just like what I find is if it bothers me, I don't care within like 2 to 3 days. There's lots of stuff. People have done lots of stuff on the internet that actually bothers me, actually makes me upset, etc. And like people treating me like shit on the internet or whatever makes me upset. Like I don't like being treated poorly. You know what I mean? But I have a lot of patience, and I don't take myself like so seriously that or like, and I'm also like not so concerned with my like brand image being like tarnished or whatever because it's been so tarnished for so long that there's no point in like trying to like fix it up or something. It's just like at a certain point, it's like, is there anything but this? Is there anything but just this endlessly?
All right, look,
Like I feel like if I'm not actively writing, like doing my own thing, like actively like producing the discourse that I am having with myself, even then there's nothing that I want to read on this. Like there's not really anyone saying anything that fucking matters to me. Like it's literally the same thing over and over again. A lot of people I know are like catching up on everything all the time.
yeah, I don't know
New
what it is
people are
about
born
like
all the time, but it's like
yeah, not to like kiss your ass or anything, but like I do feel like of all the discourse online and like what you get from whether it be Orthodox people, whatever it might be, what's in the news. Like I feel like I don't know, you just have an interesting take, man. And
they're just not
I,
interdisciplinary,
I
man.
don't.
He's not in these people. They have like one specific thing that they
Yeah,
specialize
yeah,
in. They stay in their little corridor, and then they're like, "I've acquired an authority over this particular niche, right?" And then I'm just going to argue that. But like, I don't have a niche. I don't have a particular thing. Like, I'm interested in tons of things. I'm constantly looking at new things, and I'm trying to actually produce like new connections between knowledge that like have not been produced before. Like, I'm trying to like actively reveal new truths. That is my goal. I just don't feel like I see much of that going on. Like I don't see people who are like seeming to like want to help in doing so. There's a lot of people like I mean most of the time people aren't even posting. I get some of the most interesting helpful stuff from people who are like I just made an account to send this to you or whatever, and they'll be like and then they'll just disappear. Like those are the people who are helping me out. But all of these like pretty much everyone who's like in the same niche in the sense of like having what above like 5,000 followers or something and trying in some way to monetize this space because let's be real, everyone here is just monetizing the space. How does Jay
yeah,
Dyer make his money? He's monetized his space in the same way that I have. So this notion that he's doing it out of like pure charity, whereas I'm a grifter or whatever. Everyone does this. Everyone accuses everyone of all the shit that they do themselves. It's just so boring. Like I hate influencers. I hate the whole economy around this. It just makes people stupid. It makes people stupider.
Well, man, make sure you
And worse.
get some downtime, man, and get some rest. And
oh yeah, this is I'm gonna
yeah,
be off. I'm gonna be off for a while after today. I'm taking a vacation.
yeah. What kind of guitar do you have, by the way?
Oh man, I have this. I got this like fucking old ass, dusty ass Yamaha I got when I was in like high school or something pretty early on. It's not that
Dude,
great. I don't have like a nice guitar. I have a jazz master, but like I never end up playing my electric guitar. I don't know.
yeah, I've been playing acoustic pretty much for the
Yeah,
past
it's
year.
not.
I
I don't
haven't
know. It
touched an
feels more
electric in a while.
tactile. It's more
Yeah,
tactile. I like the
honestly,
experience.
yeah, I have a Martin, and like I was playing my buddy's Yamaha the other day. I was like, damn, there's like $100. Like, I wish I just fucking got a Yamaha. But
Yeah, honestly, it's really
yeah,
fun to just like shred around on a pretty cheap and like busted
yeah, these
acoustic.
sound good.
It's fun.
Um,
Anyway, thanks for coming on, man. Nice talking to
yeah,
you.
man, I'm gonna finish with a Dylan quote that reminded me of you.
Beautiful.
Um, okay. This reminded me of Logo. Okay, they like to take all this money from sin and build big universities to study in and sing Amazing Grace all the way to the Swiss bank. God bless
Yeah,
you, man.
that's political economy right there. It's literally like that's better political economy than you'll get from a lot of people who pronounce themselves political economists around here. All right, homework sucks. I'm giving you another shot. See if I can hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Howdy.
Hi.
What's up?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I was going to say something about Nick Land and Jay Dyer. I think like they're good examples of of two guys who definitely stared into the abyss and it totally like cracked their mind. I mean, I think like they do in kind of different directions, but Jay Dyer is a guy I actually do agree with him on a lot of stuff, but he's like so abrasive and uh, like unpleasant to talk to that there's something possessing him, man.
It's Satan, dude. It's literally like the only reason you go around making all these accusations, being like, "Oh, I'm going to determine who's heterodox and not amongst Christians, like own the libtard, own the Gnostic libtards for the glory of Christ and my YouTube subscriber count." It's all such fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how these people can live with themselves.
Yeah, like yeah.
Like to be that level of a huckster with like things that are actually important. It's just so fucking
Well, he
gross.
has that real kind of like vibe of somebody who like just barely converted. You know, they had that real like that real zeal, which is like kind of nice sometimes. But like that guy's I don't know because I've seen a bunch of I mean I got banned on Twitter for a while, so I was possessed too, man. I was talking shit for a while and I got banned. I deserved it, but like seeing Jay Dyer in some debates too, I was just like, this guy is like, what is wrong with this guy? Even though I like it's not even just his tone, but like
It's analytics. It's analytics. It's just these are philosophers, man. This is what it's always like. You just discourse, 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 and it's like there's no discourse to have about this. Like there's reality. It's unfolding in front of you. Can you even imagine that? That's the real question. Can you even imagine the fact what is actually happening? Are you capable of imagining the world as it actually is? That's the real question.
right, yeah, and so like kind of as you're saying though, it's like with all these debates, it's just like pure like it's this game of of who can psychologically terrorize the other person and kind of just like pulverize
Yeah,
them and
that's it.
yeah, it's hard to
Yeah,
not get
it's literally it's because it's the turn to psychoanalysis after the complete like after this it's in philosophy, right? This turn to psychoanalysis where it's like, okay, actually there's no truth, there's just different types of people and people are just motivated by these like specific lacks or drives, like their desires. So really there's no point in having debate. You just like talk about what type of person you're talking, the type of guy discourse.
right.
That's all it is. You're just like, oh, you're just this type of guy.
Yeah, exactly. And so like well, what's interesting though is specifically like this like kind of fascination with all this like the kind of Satanist type stuff, which honestly I do believe it totally does exist and stuff. But it's like it really is scary to kind of look into it too because like the more you look into it, the more it kind of corrupts you. I guess I mean that is the cliche quote, but
No, I mean it's tr the other thing is like it's like if you spend all your time just looking for evil everywhere, it's because you're fucking evil, dude. You know?
yeah, I'm trying to get out of that myself, man. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, I mean it is. It's a lot harder to see the good in things than it is to list off all of your fucking gripes with everything all of the god time. You know?
Well, all right, man. Well, thanks for having me on. I guess I'll pass the mic to somebody else, but a good talk to you, man.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man.
Peace out.
Peace. All right, we got this pink flag. What's up? What can I do for you? I can hear you messing around with something, so you can talk.
Hey, well, number one, want to say thank you for turning me on to rereading Moby Dick and Paradise Lost, Book of Isaiah, New
Yeah.
Testament, and want to get your opinion on Nathaniel West as an American poet and your
I
feelings.
don't have strong thoughts.
All right, your feelings and thoughts on being a new father.
Well, it's still in the process, my friend. But what it's basically making me feel like is that all of this other stuff is completely vain and pointless, and that I just mostly want to like raise good kids. And it seems to me that this attempt to write things, etc., and influence people is completely pointless and not satisfying. And I'm very much considering doing something else with my life instead. That's what it's making me think. Because I don't know. Most people don't have to deal with any of this shit, and I'm having kids, and I don't want to deal with this shit anymore.
When you have kids, it becomes just a chain in history. That's all that matters is what you bring on to the next generation. I'm right there too. Thank you.
It's just kind of like that's actually important. You know what I mean? Like that's actually meaningful. Like I might have had like good effects or negative effects. Lord knows what the point of any of this has been over all my years of doing this. I found my own understanding, but it's not like anyone else wants to know. And it doesn't really matter whether or not I understand what's going on. If no one else wants to understand what's going on, they like participating in the reproduction of this system. Then it's like I'm just absorbing their ire. I just absorb like the ire of all of these people with all of these retarded schemes about how they're going to like how what about what's happening, right? Like, oh, like really, Elon Musk is blah doing this and it's really all just like the truth is so boring. It's like the truth is that he's not doing fucking anything. The truth is that none of this matters at all. The truth is that the leaks about the Twitter files, etc., are pointless. The truth is that all of this journalistic endeavor to popularize specific conspiracy theories or whatever is fucking pointless. All of this is pointless. It's all vain, useless squabbling over nothing because the actual reality of the system is beyond individual consent to it. And it's reproducing itself and everyone's participating in its reproduction all the goddamn time and they have no idea that they're doing it and you can't convince them otherwise. They like it. Like, you know what I mean? Like people enjoy being cruel to each other. They're having fun. So
The truth is kindness, and the nuclear holocaust is coming. So just bear down and get ready.
yeah, it's like I don't have to do anything. Like I'm not going to change the world. I'm not changing the world doing this. I don't have to do anything. It's already going to happen. It's all happening anyway. I can't do anything about the fact that we just gave $1 trillion to the military. I can look at it, but I can't do anything about it. Like Donald Rumsfeld was right when he's like, when you're in an empire, the empire acts and then everyone else just reacts to it. The empire is going to act how it's going to act, and everyone else is going to shuffle along with it, divide themselves up accordingly. But there's no like where it is the agent, right? It is the agent history. That budget has nothing to do with me. Those decisions have nothing to do with me. I have no control over that. I don't know anyone who has any control over that. I don't think the people who are doing it have any control over it. I don't think they even know what they're doing. You know? So it's like, what's the point of having a discourse?
The machine is the machine.
Yeah, and it's dying. And it can't do anything else. So we're just witnesses to it. That's why I'm more interested. It's like, I feel like, I don't know, I'm playing my guitar. I'm like reading Walt Whitman to people. That's a part of this that I always like appreciate. I always just want to be able to like, share and talk about like the good things that I do like, the good things that I think are like lost or like missing or like, these kind of like buried treasures, the unknown knowns, right? Like, all the books that we have archived in our libraries but no one reads anymore. And like all the beautiful things in there. And like I want to talk about those things. But nobody ever wants me to talk about those things. Like what I always get requests for is like, oh, can you come debate this? Or like, oh, can you take down this? Or oh, can you do like there's not. I don't know. I just don't know how much like that is really borne out. So it's like I would rather like focus on writing a novel, but I even kind of know that it's not really like a novel is what people want of me. Maybe some people do, but the vast majority of people who are reading what I write are just reading Twitter takes, and it's just one more amongst many. I'm just like a creature in their little take ecosystem, in their reptile room. You know, I'm sitting under the sun lamp. I mean, I wrote a book about this feeling, right? But it's sort of like, I don't know, man. The world doesn't need another book. The world doesn't need more discourse. It's all going to keep going anyway. Everyone's got. I mean, I'm not. I just don't believe like that. There's like some type of a world historical purpose here in America to the production of content, right? Like everyone is a content producer now. There's nothing unique or special about anyone's content. It's literally all like being a content producer is such a low rung. It's such a small thing, but everyone treats it like such a big deal. Like when you don't have an audience, you're like, wow, it must be so. Wow, I wish that this would be out there or whatever. And then it's just never what you want. It's never gonna. It's like that's why Kanye is blowing everything up anyway. It's not satisfying. Like being a content creator is not satisfying because the
But
world's
isn't
still
there a
shit.
difference? Isn't there a difference between content and poetry?
Not in this dispensation, man. I mean, there is spiritually, right? Like you certainly feel different if you're sitting there and you're trying to write a real poem than if you're just trying to produce salable content. But the medium itself doesn't distinguish. So we don't, because when you're on the medium, you're subject to the biases of the medium itself. So to you, when you're online, there is no difference between a Tennyson poem and a shit post made by a bot. They're literally on the same level. And so much of the production is algorithmic anyway. We're talking about AI art or whatever, but how much of art has just been algorithmic for so long anyway? Like, do we really need, if there's a bot and he just like, give me a young adult dystopian fantasy novel, 7 books in the series, and make it based around the concept of like a virtual reality video game world or something. There's literally, it's like color by numbers, man.
But you know the difference between young adult and Herman Melville. I mean, we can all tell the difference between
They
poetry
didn't
and
at the
content.
time. They didn't at the time. No one knew what that Moby Dick was any good when he put it out. It was a complete
That's
failure.
true.
It was literally a complete failure and flop. It was the end of his career. Everyone hated it. So, are we actually good at distinguishing what good art is, like in the time in which it's actually produced? Like, we're not. Historically, we have a terrible track record for recognizing that in the first place. It's the same is true of prophecy in general. People who are telling the truth about something aren't recognized for it until much, much later.
We stone prophets. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's what we do, right? And it's sort of like, I'm tired. Like, it gets tiresome, It gets tiresome to just be like, you have to have so much faith in yourself. And it's like tiresome, man. It's tiresome to be like, I think that what I'm doing is valuable, and all I do is get shit for it, like all the time. It just makes you want to not do it, especially if you're like, well, if I'm going to be recognized like for doing anything valuable like much later, then why bother doing it now? I can just put it in a fucking drawer, Like, what's the point, really? What's the point, really? The point, really, is that I'm just like everyone else. And in the same sense that all of those people are out for their status and they want to be considered important, etc. So do I. Part of me does. A part of me wants to, have like to be like having being getting offered deals to make big works of art and do cool things, right? Like like, oh yeah, give me an HBO series. Like, there's a part of me that like wants the opportunity to do that, and I know for a fact that in order to do such things, you have to play a very specific. You have to conform yourself to the system because there's literally hundreds of thousands of people who all want those same things. So it's not really like this meritocracy. Everyone casts it that way retrospectively if it works out for them. But it's not how it works at all. It's really about like serving the specific like instrumental needs of the system at any given time. And if you don't want to do that, if you want to go against that and do those things, it's like you're asking for a lot then, huh? It's like you want to be the one who tells the truth, but you also want to be recognized for it. Those are like two different things. There's like a unworldly concern and a very worldly concern. But it's like, you're forced to have some worldly concerns in this world so you don't die. Like, no matter what I do, health insurance is going to cost more next year. Insurance, rent is going to go up next year. The cost of goods is going to go up here. I did like, no matter what I do, I still have to deal with the realities of the world. And so does everyone else. whether I'm writing poems or I'm digging holes. It's the same thing. Anyway, tactics. I don't know if I've talked to you before, so I'll let you. I don't need to be too grinchy. It's just, honestly, it's been a long fucking year, you know? I was like, wow, fucking Ukraine shit. I've been like standing firm. Like, I wanted to be out of the discourse at the beginning of the year. And then so much shit popped off, like post COVID or whatever, that I was like, okay, well, at least everyone's not talking about COVID anymore, but all this shit's happening. Does anyone understand what's going on here? And it's just gotten worse, man. You know, it's all gotten worse. It's not like more people are like, oh wow, this Ukraine shit's fucked up. Like, no, if anything, it's like I was just watching 60 Minutes. They're getting a new round of funding and propaganda. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't change anyone's minds on that. It's already done. It's over. I don't know. I can't control the Department of Defense.
Hi, Logo. I just wanted to say, first of all, I'm a big fan. But the second thing I wanted to ask you, because I respect you a lot, what do you think someone should do if they want to build a third party in this country, specifically the American Communist Party?
Do it at the most local level possible. Get a seat on a small town, become a mayor or something. Literally try to govern the smallest local area you possibly could with any type of movement in that direction. Like, I don't know, cancel your town's debts. Be like, yeah, I'm going to cancel our town's debts to the state. I'm going to demand that they're just forgiven so that we can like lower our tax burden, et cetera, or we can give more money to schools, et cetera. Whatever you want, whatever you want. But the real thing, this is the real movement, if you want to actually do anything revolutionary, is to seize any type of local municipal power. And from that perch, not from your perch as just a random fucking citizen, nobody, but from the perch where you have at least some type of judicial or legal power, start practicing civil disobedience. It'll be the worst time of your life, I assure you. It won't be a very fun time to do this. You have to be very, very serious. You have to be very, very dedicated to it. And you're probably going to go to jail. You're probably going to go to jail. If you're like, hey, I'm not going to allow the IRS to collect in my town, right? I'm flouting federal law here. Like, you create a conflict between these levels of the state, like in the law itself. And that's really the site at which anything good will be happening. Like, let's say we all find, so that becomes a national news story, let's say, because this guy's saying, like, I'm canceling my town's debts, etc. And the feds are coming down. That will immediately create you'll see the divides on class lines as to who sides where. And that's educated. So that's what you would do if you were really serious about it. Coming up with a platform or a I don't know, some type of sloganeering campaign type thing. You know, having Zoom seminars and making badges and T-shirts. That's not going to do anything. But you can do a lot from a very small perch.
Okay, well, I mean, thank you for that. That was actually, yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking about. Because I agree,
That's what Michael Hudson says to do.
the discourse has become useless. So I've just been trying to wonder, like,
No, there's really no point. The point is to change that. This is like Marx. The point was not to study the discourse. The point was to change it.
right.
You know, the point isn't to participate in the discourse. It's to completely alter the discourse and fundamentally, in a revolutionary manner.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all I wanted to ask. I'm a big fan of your work, and I'm sad you're leaving, but I'll be here when you get back. Bye.
I'll be around. There's no way that I can stop doing this forever. I'm sick. I'm poisoned. But I would like to be free of it. Thanks anyway. All right, common wrongdoer. I don't know if I've talked to you before, so I'll add you. What's up? Can I do for you?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? What can I do for you?
All right. So, you said like you don't care about like going to a building and like that doesn't really matter, and I kind of agree. But what do you think of like Hebrews
Yeah,
chapter 10 verses 23 and 25? What are your thoughts on like what that means?
all right. Let me pull it up. 23 and 25.
Yep.
So where do you want me to start? It's Hebrews 10:22.
23 and 25. 23 to 25.
All right. We're going to need the context, though, right?
I
Of
mean,
course.
yeah, like,
All right, so I'll
really
start from
great
20,
context of
Hebrews 10. So by a new and living way, which he hath consecrated for us through the veil, that is to say, his flesh, having a high priest over the house of God, let us draw near with a true heart and full assurance of faith, having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience and our bodies washed with pure water. Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering, for he is faithful that promised. And let us consider one another to provoke unto love and to good works, not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching. For if we sin wilfully after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. Okay? What about it? Not forsaking the assembly. I'm not saying no one should ever talk to anyone else or ever assemble in person. I assemble people in person all the time. I'm not forsaking the assembling of people in itself. I'm not saying like we should all go live in caves by ourselves. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about the extreme like ascetics who said that like everyone should go off into the desert.
All right, but are like the people who you assemble with all Christians, or are they just like random people? Do they all hold to like the same profession of faith that you have?
Depends.
Depends on
I
what.
don't know on a person. I don't know people's hearts.
Okay, but
Do you
like,
share the same faith as me? Or no? Do you? I don't know. Is everyone here assembled share the same faith? I have no idea. It's kind of irrelevant to me.
but you don't think it's relevant to like what the author of Hebrews is talking about?
No, I'm saying like whether or not the people I'm assembling with all share the same faith as me. Like, aren't we called to like talk to people of various walks and lives? I talk to Allison. I talk to anyone, man. Most of the time. I don't know. What do you think that passage is saying? Hello? Okay. I don't know, man. I hope that answered your question. I don't really know. I don't think that passage is saying what like you think it's saying. I don't know. That's my understanding of that passage. Anyway, um Durandal, what's up? What can I do for you?
Hello, you hear me?
Howdy.
Hey, good day. I was just wondering, do you think Marxism or socialism or communism is compatible with a monarchy?
I mean, monarchies are various different things. We'd have to define what you mean by a monarchy exactly. Talking about unitary executive authority, absolutely.
Yeah, I was thinking like a hereditary monarchy.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Why not?
Because then you're not. Then the property is not a commons. The commonwealth is no longer a commons. Is not owned by the people. Is then the exclusive private property of a bloodline. So no, I don't think you can do that.
Okay, but couldn't the monarch like lease the property to the people without rent or something like that?
What would that even mean? So you're saying then, like legally, all the land would be owned by the people, but invested in the monarch. Well, then it
Uh,
really just depends on the juridical realities of what that investiture of powers means. So then, what you're effectively saying is that would be a ceremonial monarch. Because the point of a monarch, in the way that you're describing, if you're making it like primogeniture or whatever, however, I don't know what line of succession you're even positing here, we would have in this hereditary monarchy, monarcho-communism or something. But
mhm.
the whole point of it being private property of the monarch is so that they are not beholden to anyone.
Yeah,
I'm saying
exactly.
if they're invested in it by the people, how do the people remove a king if the king's not doing what they want?
I guess they'll have to rebel or something.
Okay, so then it's like that hasn't happened for centuries.
But
Then
couldn't
why
you
we
have
are where we are?
constitutional restraints on the monarch? He can only like veto stuff and only holds executive power over certain things like I don't know foreign policy or something like that.
Well, then you're just talking about a specific type of delimited unitary executive authority within certain fields or whatever. That's effective. You're effectively describing what the presidency was initially molded to be, or perhaps you could say like you're describing kind of what Xi Jinping does, right? But the
Okay, yeah,
difference being that it's that the line of succession isn't one of bloodline; it's one of like this Republican process.
yeah. Okay, yeah. I never really thought much about it. I was just wondering your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm just like, monarchy means a bunch of different things over a bunch of different time periods. You know what I mean? Like when
Yeah,
people were talking about when when the colonists, right, were against like the American revolutionaries were against monarchy. What they're against was not even so much the unitary monarch of King George. In fact, they were petitioning him to use his powers to restrain what a lot of that people in the House of Lords were doing. What they were mostly opposed to was the foreign aristocracy having a higher representative power over their government in the colonies than the people in the colonies themselves. So you have these lords sitting in the UK, right? These hereditary aristocrats who are making these decisions about places that they've never been to or lived in,
yeah,
with people that have been living there for like 100 years.
yeah. My initial interest with monarchy was actually sprung from like that it would be possible to have an alliance between the people, the peasants, and the king, and the king would kind of safeguard against the oligarchy, I guess, or
Well, that's
the
kind of like, I mean, that's what Jesus represents, right?
yeah. I haven't read the New
Like,
Testament yet, so I don't know.
well, Jesus is the Lord of Lords, right? He's the
Yeah,
King of Kings.
true.
So, but he's also like the representative of the populist interest, you could say, the interest of mankind as a class in its entirety.
Yeah,
So he's saying, like, okay, we got to have debt forgiveness. Who does that hurt? The creditors, the oligarchs. They survive as masters, hereditary aristocrats by their legal inheritance of debts and claims to collect rent and things from people and put people into poverty. So when Jesus is like, hey, I'm the King of Kings, we're having a jubilee and debt forgiveness, that is effectively right, like what you're talking about. It's kind of the image of like a proletarian monarchy or something.
yeah,
Where it's like, yeah, like for instance, the Greek tyrants. Why are they called tyrants? They're called tyrants by the oligarchs. Tyranny was a good thing. People liked the tyrants. The tyrants were champions of the issues of the populace, of the populares, and like the plebeians and the proletarians, etc., against those of the invested, like hereditary aristocrats. So this has just been the case for millennia.
yeah, yeah. I understand, but since I don't think Jesus can rule a country realistically today, but I do agree that if there were I know a Xi Jinping monarchy-esque kind of leadership, it at least in the West, it should be modeled after Christ, and
Yeah, I mean
he should be the
that's
role
like
model.
why we got shut down. I mean, that's why I think like we basically have. You can think of it this way: the American political system, et cetera, is basically designed to ensure like an anti-messianism. Like anyone who seems to be destroying the discourse, these like false dialectics, the kind of divide and conquer strategy of the American population, of the oligarchs and creditor powers over the American population. If there's anyone who's trying to bust that and create like a kind of large populist movement that like rejects these framing of the issues and is trying to fundamentally revolutionize the polity, that person is going to be like all of the pressure in the world is going to be on that person until they break. Do you see what I mean? This happens every single time. They're just broken. Okay. I'm like, I don't know if we have anyone strong enough to do that or to not become corrupted in acquiring that position. Because that's what you have this whole like you have these like this production of like false messiahs, right? We're all
Yeah,
willing to take the corrupt bargain here that's offered.
yeah, and they're gonna either give way or become one with the
the oligarchs, kind of. That's what is
Yeah,
that.
they either get crushed or they just metamorphose right into their role in the aristocracy.
Yeah. Okay, I got another question regarding that monarchy, communist leader Xi Jinping-esque, whatever you want to call it. Do you think it's better for a hereditary system or a electoral system, choosing the executive individual?
I don't believe in hereditary stuff, monarchies, because most of the times the virtues acquired are found in this person, like the founder of a line or something, that you would want to establish if you're like, hey, we want to make more people like this. His son would be just like that. Yeah, it doesn't really work like that because the conditions that produce such individuals are not those of being born into like an affluent and high position in
That's
society.
true.
Like
That's true.
true, like this is what John Adams spends so much time writing about the difference between what he calls an artificial aristocracy, i.e., the aristocracy of inherited titles, the peerage, etc., being born into a position of nobility and respect, and what he calls the natural aristocracy of talents, i.e., someone who has like struggled and like proven themselves to be like elite, quote unquote, or whatever, noble in spirit or of some
Yeah.
sort, or mind, sentiment, or whatever. That is really where the real aristocracy of a nation is not amongst these people who are born into those positions, but the people who achieve something through struggle. So you can't like have like, let's say we put this like look at Xi Jinping. He struggled. Like he's kind of a weird mixture because it's like he's considered part of like the Red Princelings, etc. But part of what was unique about them was that they were so conscious of this possibility of producing an aristocracy out of the original Chinese revolutionaries that they took the children of those revolutionaries and they sent them out to the fields and they treated them worse than average people, right? So he actually did have to struggle to regain that position. His
Okay.
kids aren't, though. His daughter's going to Harvard. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's not going to be in charge of anything.
Are you saying like the meek shall inherit? Or no, maybe not that, but kind of like the great leader is the one who doesn't want to be leader, kind of thing. Go through hardships and so on.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be a public servant. You know what I'm saying? That's what a great leader is someone whose life is literally like forfeit for themselves and given up to the people.
Yeah. But what is your ideal state of government?
My ideal state is a Republican Commonwealth.
Okay, I got you. Last question.
Like,
Oh,
it's
sorry.
really like I
Sorry.
don't really think like the thing is that there's really not that many like it would be a completely revolutionary change, but it seems so trivial. When you describe like what kind of things would actually just need to change to drastically improve the livelihoods of the majority of people, for instance, in America, like all we would have to do really is like like nationalize like resources and create like sort of like sovereign wealth fund. Get people out of these kind of bullshit consumer debts they've been put in from the like rapacious usury over time, and do some land reform. All of this would get you killed, obviously. Even suggest this because it's basically just open war with the oligarchy, open war with the creditor class, a redistribution of assets and titles in a very revolutionary fashion. If we did that, we have all of the things available to us in this country, have a vast, way more flourishing society, way more productivity, way more industry, etc. Have literally negative, like entropic, like landlord economy where they're actively
I
trying to
agree.
like destroy value here.
Yeah, I totally agree
And they're
with that.
succeeding. They're totally succeeding too, which is what the
Yeah, I agree. Last question. You brought it up during this conversation, and I see you. I don't know if you tweeted about it or talked about it, but if one were to read the early American founding fathers ish these fundamental papers or texts, which one would you
favorite
recommend?
reading.
Yeah.
I mean, like Cato's Letters. It's called Cato's Letters. It was written by or like the Independent Whig.
The old
These people
Roman.
called the Independent. Well, it's called so people writing under the pseudonym Cato. Okay, they were defending the concept of the republic in the British discourse at the time against divine monarchy, right?
Yeah.
Against the divine right of kings, like was a big part of the Republican polity was trying to argue against the divine right of kings, argue in favor of Republican forms. So I'm saying this book called Cato's Letters is written by a couple of independent Whigs under the name Cato, and this was eventually, they were collected from like them publishing these in editorial magazines, etc., to being a book where all of them put together. It's kind of like the Federalist Papers takes the same structure where they're writing under these pseudonyms, like in like essays, right, to make specific points, and then those are bundled together and sold. Same thing with Cato's letters, and Cato's letters were read by all of the founding fathers. It was like one of the most important things.
Okay. Yeah, I've been eyeing the papers, Federalist Papers, but I haven't bought them yet. But I was thinking about it.
Federalist Papers are good.
Okay.
I mean, like basically all of this sort of like civic literature of America is like completely abandoned now. Like the Federalist Papers are very, very important. They're very good, but it's kind of like our government, they can't be used to justify the state we have now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the way you'll get it in history class is they'll take like an argument from the Federalist Papers and tell you why the government we have now is the way that it is. But that's actually not the case. Like the government we have now is not the government devised by the founding fathers.
Yeah, I'm European, so I don't have an insight into your educational system or the details of your.
Yeah, I have no idea how they teach you guys that stuff over there, but I assume it's probably the same.
Yeah,
semi-similar.
It's pretty similar. But okay, Cato's letters and the Federalist Papers, you would recommend those?
Yeah, definitely. That's a good start. I mean, there's like infinite things you could read if you really want to get into it. You could spend your whole life reading the authors read. They read a lot. They were like great readers. They were great scientists, etc.
Yeah.
They huge libraries. That's what they mattered. That's what it mattered so much to them.
Yeah.
All of these things. They were like one of the most literate. It was the most literate society in the history of the world at the time. Everyone was deeply invested in these debates. Like we still kind of are, right? Like people will watch these fucking 5-hour YouTube debates, et cetera, whatever. But it was the people who were doing it back then far more serious about it, more intellectually rigorous, far more broad-minded than people are today.
Yeah, totally. I thought I saw a video of Curtis Yarvin, and he said that the picture, the pale blue dot.
Yeah.
He said like diving into historical literature and all this is like looking at the picture, realize you've been spending your entire life in that small little bubble.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't seem that small to me. I'm more in the mind of like Roberto Bolaño said, that there's a new world every 100 yards. That's how I feel.
Insightful. Well, I just want to thank you. That's all I had, and wish you a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
I love the work you're doing.
Nice talking to you.
Bye.
Thanks, man. All right, left skewed investment management. That's pretty funny. What's up? What can I do for you? Left skewed investment managing.
Hello, thank you for having me.
What's up? What can I do for you?
I was wondering why you think MAGA communism is the way and not MAGA capitalism when Donald Trump was able to achieve the pinnacle of life in America through hardcore capitalism.
No, he didn't. He was a landlord, number one. He's born with wealth, number two. He's just been extracting rents. Is that capitalism? Capitalists are supposed to be at war with rentiers. That's how the capitalists were. The capitalists hated landlords. Adam Smith hated landlords. They said it was unearned rent, like rent seeking. Capitalism tried to eliminate rent. You're talking about a class of people who are like this hybrid form of like ancient regime landlord, like real estate developers. That's not capitalism. He didn't even make profit. He was just gaming the banks to have leverage. And then once you produce projects, right, then you have even more, like, then you just use that asset and you extract rents from it. So you just you debt servicing. He's not a real capitalist. He didn't produce anything. What did he make?
I mean, I was talking about him as president. We saw the bottom 50% gain more than the top 50%. We saw the bottom 50% gain dramatically through the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We saw the standard of living up tremendously in the United States. The strongest America we ever saw was that in 2019 and 2020, we had the lowest African American, lowest Hispanic American, lowest female, Asian, non-college educated.
Yeah, that's not because of capitalist policies or however you put it.
Yes,
because they cut taxes.
The tax cuts, that's a capitalist policy. If you have communist policies, you have an average income. If you
no, No. That's not what communism is. I'll correct you there. What you're saying is that we don't want more corporate socialism, which is effectively like we're increasing taxes. What I'm saying is that we don't need to have taxes at all because the communism, the state funds itself by its own operations. It doesn't fund itself by extracting taxes. The Chinese state, for instance, does not fund itself with taxation. It funds itself with its state-owned enterprises. It has lower tax rate than everywhere in America, and its dollar and its money has higher purchasing power there. Like their goods are cheaper, their housing is cheaper, their healthcare is cheaper, everything's much cheaper because they do not have this type of corporate socialism that we have. They have communism, which means that they also have more capitalism in the sense that you're talking about, i.e., competition and market competition on the lower level, because they have a real state that provides for the public goods. We don't have public goods anymore. We have a state protection of private rentier ownership over things that you shouldn't be allowed to own in the first place, like insurance companies, for instance, right? What is the state's role with insurance? It is just to regulate them. What does that mean? They make them cost more to function. And then how do we pay for that? They raise prices.
I would totally disagree with that. I don't think the state is an efficient allocator of resources, and I think we've seen this in many instances, particularly and
Okay, well,
very
explain
clearly.
China.
In
Explain China's success then. Explain
I,
China's
I can
success in
explain
America
China's success. I
deindustrializing.
can explain China's success through the United States. If it weren't for the United States essentially shipping our jobs to China,
So
outsourcing
if it
our
was,
domestic
let me
manufacturing.
rephrase this. Let me rephrase this for you. If it wasn't for Chinese state officials convincing corrupt American state officials to destroy their own economy and to give them a massive industrial base from which to build communism, I would just say, wow, seems like the Chinese state is much more farsighted and intelligent and better at securing the interests of their people than ours. I don't think we made that happen. I think the Chinese made that happen, and then it happened because they're better governing than we are, because their state is more intelligent than our state. I think it's that simple.
I would agree with you on that. They do have a very intelligent state. Donald Trump has said on multiple instances.
But notice how you gave all of the agency to American state leaders. You said that China's success was due to American policy. That's actually not true.
That's what it is. The Chinese people knew how to take advantage of Americans. China took advantage of Americans. That's how China got.
No, they took advantage.
Now we're
of
seeing a
American
decoupling of that, and they're suffering.
We'll see how much they suffer, considering that we're opening the oil states no longer really trust America as this harbinger and stability and like world leader, etc. We're seeing Russia, Iran, and China and all these other countries coming together to build their own OPEC so that they can trade oil in yuan, digital yuan. So we'll see how that goes. If you really are betting on America in the long term, like, good luck.
I'm betting on capitalism in the long run. And that is what.
What do you mean by capitalism?
What I mean by capitalism is smaller government, freer markets, and creative thinking.
So, like China.
I mean, I would say China's markets are not very free. I would say they're highly regulated.
Which markets aren't free?
What?
Which markets aren't free? What markets in China are not free?
I'll give you multiple examples. Are you familiar with Ant Group?
Yes.
Yeah, the government essentially took over that business. It's no longer there.
Based. I wish that our government would do more. Based. I don't have a problem with that. I support that. I think that fucking rocks. I think that these oligarchs, hard oligarchs in Shanghai, were developing all stuff, and then they're like, oh, like, now I don't want to. No, fuck you. The state's gonna take that shit. Fuck you.
Okay.
Eat my dick. I love that. Based.
What products has China innovated?
What do you mean? They have the best rail network in human history.
Do they? I mean,
next question.
It might just be the newest one. It might just be because they were able to build it in the last 10 years.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
But
so where's ours?
Ours was built 100 years ago because it's good enough. Which doesn't make sense.
It doesn't exist anymore, right? Now it doesn't exist anymore, right?
No, it exists. There's many companies.
We have less trains now than we did 100 years ago, right?
There's no problem with the train networks in this country.
Do we have less? Yes, there are. There are tons of problems with the train networks in this country.
What is the largest?
Now, do we have
what is the largest train company in this country? Do you know it?
100 years ago.
Do you know it?
What do you mean company?
The largest operator of trains in this country that ship goods. Do you know the name of that company?
I don't know. What is it?
Union
Tell me.
Pacific. So why did you just
Yeah,
say what you
Union
just
Pacific.
said?
Okay, do they transport more in the Chinese rails? I don't understand. I'm
They
talking at
meet
the
United
metal
States needs.
here
There's no
is
problem
so
with
hard.
rails in this country. And
What do you mean it meets our
the
needs? I'm
United
saying it's
States,
not a good
for
enough.
decades and decades, had the best rails in this country. In the world. We have the
And
best
then we
rockets.
destroyed them.
We
Why do
make the
we destroy
best
them? Why do we
cars.
destroy them? Why do we destroy them? Why do we destroy our rail networks? Tell me why.
Our rail networks are not destroyed. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They were active. Oh my God, the streetcar networks of the 1890s up to the 1920s. All of these local rails.
They all
There's so
work.
many more. There's literally abandoned trail. No, you're such an idiot, dude. I can go out into my backyard.
You didn't know what the
and walk
biggest
on
train
abandoned
company
train
was
lines.
called, bro.
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it
That's
does.
trivia. I can go
It's
into my
everything.
backyard
It's
and look
everything.
at abandoned train lines. I can go in my backyard and take a walk in the woods and go look at abandoned train lines that
Look,
used to run
I live
here
in
100
Austin.
fucking
There's
years
a
ago.
massive train
I don't.
track right in the
Yes,
middle
there
of the
was.
highway. It's beautiful. It
Okay,
works.
go look up. Why don't you go look up? Why don't you go look up the train lines in Austin 100 fucking years ago and see if there's more or less of them now than then?
We don't need more. There's no need for
Not
more
a,
trains.
see, okay,
We're good.
now you're going to change the goalpost. Now you're changing the goalpost, right? But what I'm saying is what we did is we transferred purely automobile-based economy. The petroleum industry especially helped have this happen. Why do we have this highway system instead of more trains? Why didn't we improve our railroads, etc.? Because we wanted to build a car economy around this new mode of
China
production.
doesn't use trucks. They don't have cars.
Yes, they do, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the most advanced high-speed rail network in human history. They do. We don't.
That might be true. They do have the highest rail, the highest, fastest train, but it's just the fastest train. We're not
They have the
struggling with
most
our trains
advanced
here.
infrastructure. They have the most advanced infrastructure out of any nation extant.
That's
right now because they're building.
I'll let you finish.
Yes, exactly. So why don't we have new infrastructure?
I'll explain why we don't have new infrastructure. There are definitely areas that we need better infrastructure. There are dams that break down. But the reason why we don't have new infrastructure is because 20, 30 years ago, we had plenty of infrastructure. China had none. They profited off America. They got their cash, and they actually had to build 100% new infrastructure immediately.
Yes,
we're not in that position. We have train lines that work. We have all this stuff. Yes, it's old. Yes, it's not the newest, latest, and greatest, but it is not the best allocation of capital to completely change all the train lines.
What's the best allocation of capital? Allocation of capital in America right now. What do we need to fund? What projects do we need?
That's a very, very big question. My opinion on that would be to modernize.
I think it's pretty basic.
I'll answer. My opinion on that would be to modernize the dams. The dams are in the water.
So you're going to run on dams.
What?
That's your issue. That's your issue to unite the American population. Is everything's fine, but we need to fix the dams.
We're not talking about uniting the American people. We're talking about what do we need most for infrastructure, and I'll explain why. When a single dam breaks, you have to hold up all the ships that go up the Mississippi River, and they break multiple times per year. It's a catastrophic event.
Yeah.
So the dam's number one. In my opinion, not the trains.
Okay, whatever. So you're quibbling here. But what I'm saying is we need to. Why isn't the state doing anything about that then? Why not?
That's a good question. Trump had an investigative committee that came up with, I believe, 180 various different infrastructure projects, some of which I assume are in the infrastructure bill, although it seems that's more focused on renewable energy. Trump was very focused on getting the dams done. He didn't. Unfortunate. He's not perfect, but the dams were something he highlighted. I actually learned about this damn thing because I was watching a documentary.
This damn thing.
Yeah, funny.
But yeah.
Because I was watching a documentary about the...
But what I'm saying is, why is it that our state just doesn't seem interested in doing things like that anymore?
That's a good question. It would definitely be good to address these dams. Because the reason why, and you're bringing up a very good point that China has successfully done these things. But my counterpoint to that is there's a marginal benefit of using resources. And China experienced massive marginal benefit by putting the next dollar towards building trains because they had absolutely no trains.
Why does their state make those types of decisions and our state does
The
not?
reason is there's a reason. The reason is because 20 years ago they had no trains, they had no infrastructure, they had dirt roads, they had extreme poverty, and they were rapidly expanding their goods production. In the United States,
Yes.
we've had highways, we've had working train lines. I get that they're not the best. I'm giving you that point.
Yeah,
100%,
they're trash.
our trains are not the best, but they don't need to be the very best. The marginal benefit we would get by
We want the very best for Americans.
no, we want the best capital allocation. If we had to spend
I want the very best in everything.
Look, if we had to spend $10 trillion improving the train lines, because that's how much that kind of project would cost to get $100 billion worth of additional GDP, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It would be much better to give that money back to the consumer.
I don't believe in. I don't believe in your projections. I don't believe in your assumptions about how the economy works. I don't believe that wouldn't be worth it. I think it would be extremely worth it. I think it would pay off way more than you're estimating. So I think that we just disagree. I don't know where you're getting your assumption that wouldn't pay off, or it's not something that would be profitable or beneficial for us to do.
Yeah.
Where are you getting that assumption?
I think it would be better to put the next $1 trillion towards asteroid mining.
Well, it just went to the military. Number one, we just gave $1 trillion to the military.
I think we can agree that that's
why
not
is it
good.
that we give $1 trillion to the? I know, but why is it that we give $1 trillion to the military? But now we're talking about whether or not the allocation of funds to is that beneficial for us? Are we making more than $1 trillion when we give $1 trillion to the military? Is that actually bringing in more income to us? Is that improving our GDP?
To answer your question,
is that an intelligent, like you're saying, that we're making these smart decisions based on the calculations of future payoff? Does that mean that this $1 trillion bill for the U.S. military, is that based on those same economic calculations?
Look, I think this gets at the central root. You're talking about the state being such a good planner. I'm talking about capitalism being the solution. I think if we decrease the state spending, that includes the military, like you said, other areas of the economy, and we give the power and the capital to individuals who are determined to turn that capital into more capital, we will get what we need. Union Pacific built the train lines. They built, at the time, those were the most modern trains in the world. We had the best system. If it becomes profitable for them to update the train lines, they will do it.
What if it isn't profitable to build infrastructure because it's actually an expense that is borne by everyone in the state, but it pays off for everyone also? So it's not actually about profitability or individual self-interest, but to produce something like a bridge is for generations of people, right? So it's going to be not a profitable thing to do in the short term. That's actually the whole point of building infrastructure, is that it pays off in the longest of time.
Yes, but companies will do the same thing. Companies will invest 5 years and billions of dollars building a factory.
If that they can profit off of it exclusively.
Okay, I'll grant you that. There are definitely some instances where an unprofitable project is best done in the hands of the state. Something like a park. There's not going to be income from a park, but it's a good thing to have.
Well, there's income from Disney World, right?
Yes, but yes. Okay.
So we just privatize all the parks and give them to Disney?
No, I think some parks should be privatized. My point here, the reason why I came to this discussion was to debate capitalism versus communism.
We don't have either, so there's no point in the discussion. The debate is false premises. We don't have capitalism now. We don't have communism now. We have a type of corporate socialism and oligarchy, an elitist form of socialism, Fabian socialism, market socialism, however you want to put it. And when you say the state can't do good things, you were talking about the American state and the way the American state functions. I agree with you. The American state is extremely corrupt, and its corruption is almost incapable of doing anything good. It's very difficult to have faith in any state when you live under a state that is so corrupt. But that is not true of states in themselves, in the abstract, in every single incarnation in history. That is an absurd thing to premise. So it's not a question of capital versus the state. That is not the question we're facing here. The question is, what kind of state?
In my opinion, based on analysis I've done, the best, highest standards of living are experienced in countries that lean towards capitalism, and the worst,
only have rich
lowest standards of living
Switzerland
are...
Why don't we all live as like the Swiss then? Why don't we all just become like Switzerland? Or Liechtenstein? Why don't we all just become Liechtenstein?
Are you arguing that these are highly capitalist countries?
I'm saying they have really high quality of lives according to these metrics and these things that you're looking at. And I don't know, would you say that Liechtenstein is capitalist? It's a hereditary monarchy.
I mean, I'm not familiar with Liechtenstein, and my understanding is
Or Switzerland.
these are small countries. You know, I could look at.
Yeah, they are small
Look,
countries.
I could pick out the British Virgin Islands. There's a ton of rich people there. Of course, it's going to have
Yeah,
a high standard of living.
It's all.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about the United States. I'm talking about Venezuela. I'm talking about actual comps, real comparable situations in countries, and it's objective that capitalism yields higher standards of living.
We don't have, number one, we do not have capitalism. Number one, we have not. There's not been capitalism since the 19th century. Okay, this thing that you're talking about, capitalism, is a relic. It doesn't exist anymore. Okay, it's a system that did exist, which has been outmoded for 100 fucking years. There is no capitalism anywhere.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I would agree with you on that. The perfect capitalism
So
is not present.
your notion that what we can do is return more towards the 19th century is idiotic, because there's no going back.
That's debatable. That's debatable. We can definitely
only progress toward communism. That's the only option. There's no going back.
Why would you claim that there's no other option and there's no way to change the state for the good?
Well, premise something. Tell me. Give me your 5-year plan. Oh wait, you sound like a communist. Shit. Like, because the very notion they're going to change any of these things premises you having an agency that you don't have. You're effectively imagining yourself as the dictator of the proletariat, where you have the type of executive authority to create any sort of these changes. But actually, that position doesn't exist in the world. And to produce that position would require a literal fucking revolution. So the premise before everything you say, before everything about how we could change things or make things better, would be after the revolution. Because you do not have a position to make any of these things happen, do you? So that's the problem with your discourse. You're acting as if you were in this position that doesn't exist. To produce that position would be the most revolutionary thing in American history right now. To produce the position where anything you're fucking talking about is actionable in any way.
I mean, I agree with you. It would probably require some sort of revolution, but I would say the seeds are being laid. We have Elon as the most powerful and richest man.
Elon is nobody. Elon is a grocery store clerk. Do you understand? Do you understand that Elon is nobody? He's a fucking nobody.
I disagree.
He's a literal
I disagree. Nobody. I think if he wanted, he could definitely influence politicians. I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing.
With what?
What? With capital.
He gave money to Joe Biden's campaign. Yeah, he did. He gave money to Joe Biden's campaign. This is your guy.
I think if he did some, I'm not saying he should. I'm saying hypothetically, if he did some Sam Bankman-Fried thing with $10 billion.
Give money to the Democratic Party. The same fucking thing. They're the same guy. They're both faces to absorb the blame of a system here. They're scapegoats that are presented before you.
If we got the right people in power, and we had the right people in power when Trump was president and passed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
If he was the right person, why isn't he still in power? Obviously he wasn't. He failed. So given if you're going to cope and you're going to say it wasn't a failure, it was cheating, then you're just coping.
No, I'm not going to say that.
He failed. Did he not? Did Trump succeed or did he fail?
He failed in the second election under very obscene circumstances. But
I don't care.
The truth of his record remains that America that we experienced in 2018, 2019, and the beginning of 2020 is the best nation that has ever existed, with the high standards of living.
So stupid.
And the bottom 50% gaining more than the top 50%.
That's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. Your statistics are all baked anyway. I'm not counting all the prison labor.
I can look. I can leave all the statistics in the comments right here of the live.
I don't care. Your statistics are baked. Do you
Which statistic is fake? Because I'll prove it's not.
I said baked.
Oh, what do you mean by baked?
What I mean is that the people who are producing these statistics, et cetera, are being trained within a certain hermeneutical, economic order, right? They talk about things like the GDP as if it's real, as if it matters, as if it bears out on anything. But if you actually investigate all of these metrics and their production, they're complete obfuscations of the real material reality that undergirds this economic calculation that you're talking about. All of these economic calculations, and you're saying, well, this is technically what happened. Is like it seemed like there's this flourishing of the bottom 50%. That's not actually what occurred, because what actually occurred is that we're living in this huge inflationary time, and this little blip history that you're talking
Right
about, when
now
things
we
were
are,
not
but
quite as bad,
these are not.
is meaningless.
No, these are true facts. When Trump was president, we had a 1.4% inflation rate. Interest rates were incredibly low. The Federal Reserve was concerned that we didn't have enough inflation. Objectively, real incomes were going up. We had the lowest Black, Asian, Hispanic, all of them, every single one, record
Yeah,
lows.
and it was a catastrophe for the system, which is why it didn't stay that way.
It was not it was a catastrophe for
Yes,
the
it
people we
was.
have the problem with.
Yes, exactly. But guess who runs things?
Trump was the best person
The
to fight
president
that.
I want. Was he? He failed. I don't know if that makes you the best.
No, he might have not re-won the election, but we are all more aware of the deep state's presence now than we were before, and he has cracked
I don't know
it.
what you mean by we are all more aware. Where is it? Do you think Trump was in a part of the deep state?
I think he might have been when he was the real estate developer. He has said as much. He has said he has given money to Hillary, that Hillary would help him out, these kinds of things. But I think objectively, no, he's not part of the deep state. I mean, he's banned on Twitter. The whole media came after him.
Being on Twitter and beloved by the media is what makes you whether in the deep state or not.
I would say being in the deep state is that's a very good question. That's a very good question. How would you define the deep state and being in the deep state?
I would say that the people who are in the top, like let's say 1%, top 0.1% of the economy, that's the deep state.
But that's like a lot of people. You know, my dad is not. He's rich.
He's not in the top 0.1%.
No, he's not 0.1%. You know, he's maybe got like a $10 million net worth, which is high. I'm not trying to say that's not a lot of money,
actually
but
nothing.
I would not say my dad is a deep state individual. You know, it's not
he's just petty bourgeois.
What?
I'm talking about actual wealth, man. I'm talking about real wealth, not the kind that is that people are that any state is audited in. I'm talking about international massive wealth, which is occulted from the view of any auditing organization. The reality of the economy is that your conception of affluence is poverty compared to the type of wealth that I'm talking about.
I would agree with that.
So is Donald, like, what do you mean? Like, because he was banned on Twitter, that means he's
not the deep
state dictator of the proletariat?
Look, Trump, yes.
What do you mean isn't? It's just different wings of the same beast, man. What has changed? Fundamentally, what has changed? Nothing. If anything, everything's gotten worse.
Yeah.
And there's actually less of a likely chance for someone like Trump to win again, right?
I don't think so. I mean, look at DeSantis. DeSantis is very similar to Trump.
DeSantis is a fucking swamp creature. DeSantis is a fucking neocon. DeSantis is bought and sold by fucking donors. You could say at least with Trump that he was independently wealthy to a degree, so he wasn't necessarily as corrupt or sniveling when it came to his funders. But this fucking guy is owned. What are you talking about?
Okay,
DeSantis?
here I would say a big part of the deep state is the state's ability to take our proletariat money and put it towards things like the military-industrial complex. Trump, yes, invested in the military, but he also cut taxes more for lower-income individuals than higher-income individuals. And I think that...
How much is... Okay, if we did the math then, and we looked at this as if we live in history, such that we don't just live in these discrete individual moments that are completely contextualized from the rest of the flow of events, would you say that those people, all those gains and the taxes they didn't pay, or haven't they already paid all of that capital now in inflation?
Unfortunately, yes, because we're in a different regime. So but that didn't occur when Trump was president.
Gain anything? Trump didn't sign off on the fucking bank bailouts, buddy?
The bank bill? You mean the 2008 bank bill?
2021.
The stimulus bill.
Yes.
I would argue that...
Is that where the inflation came from?
I don't think that Trump's stimulus plans contributed to inflation. His stimulus plans, yes, he did give cash payments to individuals. And yes, he did pay individuals wages if companies...
No, I'm not talking about that.
Yes.
I'm talking about the money that was given to industries and banks. You remember the one where they didn't release what banks were getting this money until a year after the fact? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah. So that's like this notion that Trump's presidency represents some type of success for our interests, I think is just flawed. You could say it's not as bad as what might have prospectively or hypothetically happened otherwise, and I might agree with you there. But I don't think of it very much as a W. I think, if anything, it's actually led to a retrenchment of the powers of the empire. And we've seen a new convergence around the Democrats. They've won. They're going to keep winning. And if you think you're running Ron DeSantis or any of these people is going to change anything. It's not, because none of these people have fucking vision, and neither did Trump.
I mean, I would disagree and say make America great again, and his policies of cutting taxes and getting back to the principles of the Constitution. Obviously not perfectly, military quite large, but
We're not supposed to have a standing army in the first place. You know that, like, constitutionally, it's like we're not supposed to have a standing army whatsoever. So, do you think you're going to have a Republican that you would vote for? How do you think a Republican said that he wanted to dissolve the Department of Defense in its entirety? How do you think that's going to run? Like, I want to completely demobilize the American military from the globe. That's what I want. How do you think that's going to pan out? Do you think anyone's running on that policy?
no, I don't. I think you do have a pretty valid point that like we're far from the perfect situation. But my understanding is that you support communism, and I'm trying to argue that communism is not the solution. It's actually capitalism, and anything we can do to
Yeah, but that's nonsensical. What I'm saying is that presentation, this dialectic you're talking about, communism.
I think we're going to have to agree to disagree. There's probably a whole lot that you could go on to what you were just saying, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to agree to disagree because I just straight up disagree, and I think you're wrong. But I don't know. We just don't have capitalism, so there's no.
okay. So let's put the dialectic. Let's put the dialectic aside. Let's put the cynicism aside.
I'm not being cynical.
Yes, you are. You're saying it's impossible for us to get capitalism. I'm saying we're making the right steps, and Trump is our guy.
That's not being cynical. That's not being cynical. That appears as cynical to you because to you, capitalism is a good thing, and you would like to return to it. But I'm saying we're not going to return to capitalism. So to say that we're going to return to capitalism is meaningless because capitalism was an era of history that we passed. It's kind of like saying you'd be like, oh, we'll just return to being hunter-gatherers or something. It's just nonsense.
I mean, that is in absolute terms. If I could have my way, absolute capitalism would be cool. But
that doesn't mean anything, dude. If I had it my way, I would have wins.
I'll explain to you because it's happened in very, very obvious situations. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was a step in the right capitalist direction. Objectively,
that's not capitalism.
Taxes went down. That is capitalism. That's
not what capitalism means. Capitalism doesn't mean taxes go down. That's not what it means. That's not what capitalism is.
Trump cut regulations on a historic level. That is capitalism.
Cutting regulations isn't what capitalism is.
How would you define
capitalism? Definition of capitalism is. That's not what it is.
How would you define capitalism?
Capitalism was a system of economy that we had in the 19th century. Do you see what I'm saying? Like things changed. Do you see the production of capitalism so changed the face of the fucking world that we altered all of our social forms, and now literally all the capitalists at the same time said it's inevitable. This age of capitalism will not last forever because it's fundamentally impossible to keep going because you have to maintain a society. You can't just deregulate literally everything. It's impossible. You're saying anarchy. Anarchy is
No.
about.
I'm not saying anarchy. I'm not saying no state. I'm saying communism, in my opinion, is not the solution. And
you don't know what communism is. You don't know what it is.
Look, it sounds like you're making comparisons to the Chinese government. I'm pretty familiar. Although I'm no.
I don't think you're that familiar with how their economy works, actually.
I have a decent understanding that if you say something, I'll be able to understand it, and I have a pretty good understanding myself. Okay, neither of us are perfect individuals here. We're going to do our best.
Sure.
Capitalism.
Yeah.
Cutting taxes, cutting regulations where it makes sense. I'm not saying all regulations off the table.
This is just
I don't think anybody
sloganeering,
is in
dude.
favor
You understand
of
that you're just sloganeering. Saying capitalism means cutting taxes is a slogan. That's not
a damn big part. The government is too big. They contribute to inflation.
You want to know who says that?
Who? Ronald Reagan.
Landlords, too. The oligarchy says that. The oligarchy says the state is too big. They're looking, I don't want them to be able to look at my assets. I should be able to repatriate my capital anywhere in the world to avoid taxation. That's what the oligarchs fucking say, dude. You're literally like talking about this as if it's somehow opposed to their interests. All they want is the state to have not the power to tax them, to look at their income streams, to audit their wealth.
Look,
they don't want to pay taxes,
that
and they
is a straw
don't.
man. That's a straw man. If you look,
no,
okay,
it's not a straw
look,
man. This is the development that we built in the early
I have
20th century.
proof
This is what
to
the
back up
capitalists
what
did.
I'm saying
The
in the
capitalists
numbers.
became the oligarchs.
I have proof to back up what I'm
The
saying. in the
capitalists
numbers,
became the
and I
oligarchs.
left it as a comment on the post for this stream. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led more people in the bottom 50% to move up tax brackets and to pay less taxes. That is a good
So they
thing.
moved up tax brackets and paid less.
Yeah, this is not the oligarchs. Fine. Yes, there are some bad rich people, but that's a straw man. That's a slapping
No,
a
it's
label
not.
on this to completely
No,
smoke
it's not.
screen everything else.
No, I'm saying you're talking about the deep state, right? But who composes this deep state? In fact, is the legacy, the capital accrued by the capitalists you're also talking about in the 19th century. These barons, these people who like, well, actually, do you want me to look this up right now? I bet it would be very informative to you. If you looked up Union Pacific, who owned Union Pacific when it was making all of its capital? Where did all of that money go?
It
Look, probably
it's
went
still
into
a
some
public
private
company.
foundations.
You can buy some Union Pacific right now if you want. There's dividends
I'm
involved.
talking about the
There's
money
expenses involved.
made on the enterprise in the form of profits by the owners of the enterprise, the families and personages that profited by owning this industry. Where did those profits go? Where they went was to the bank. They went to a bank in the form of a private foundation. What does the foundation do? The foundation's donating to a whole suite of charities that were founded and created by the same capitalists who you're talking, and this is the form of socialism we have. They made the socialism we have. Do you see? They don't pay taxes because their tax burden is offset from their foundations donating to their charitable enterprises. And that is a tax write-off in America because they wrote those policies to build the economy this way. Who made this form of socialism that we have? The capitalists, the oligarchs who accrued that capital in the industrialization of America, privatized it, and have been living off of it like hereditary aristocrats ever since. This is why the Rockefellers are the way they are. This is why the Morgans are the way they are. This is why the barons of the steel magnates, the oil magnates, the rail magnates, these people's families are still wealthy, man. Do you understand? Like all of the profits that accrued from that industrialization were privatized to create a new gentry, a new feudal aristocracy, and those are the people who are writing policy today.
I understand what you're saying, that these people have gotten very wealthy and their influence is very high. And that
influence is subsidized by the state.
Okay, that may be an issue. But there's two very critical things that are positives that you're not mentioning. One is that in this country that has some problems and will probably continue to have some problems, we have the highest standard of living. And we are also one of the most capitalist countries, and our peak achieved.
We have the most horrific healthcare system in the entire history of mankind.
No, that's not true. Where do people go to the doctor if they're rich? It's New York City. It's LA. The best doctors in the world are in this country. Yeah, there is no free lunch, bro. There is no free lunch. The poor person,
rich, you're right.
Look.
Right. We have
very
good luxury services for the most wealthy capital.
Of course.
Wealthy capital holders in the world.
Get rich.
We're a tourism zone. We are a gambling zone. We are an expenditure zone for the hereditary aristocracies and wealthy capital accumulators of the world. We are their bank, and we are their private mercenary army.
And the highest standard of living and the best technology. I mean, I don't know what else you want.
We don't have the highest standard of living.
You want a socialist world. Here's the thing with socialism. Okay? Can I have 1 sec, uninterrupted?
Sweden, Denmark, Canada, Switzerland, Norway, Finland, Germany, the Netherlands. You want to keep going down? Of course, their quality of life is subsidized by the Department of Defense, but I can keep listing all of the countries that are rated to have a better, higher quality of life than us. Australia, New Zealand. We're not even in the top 10. We're not even in the top 10. What are you talking about?
Are those countries' inflation rates right now
Belgium,
higher or lower than
UK, Austria, Japan, France, Ireland, Luxembourg, Spain, Italy, Portugal. Do you want me to keep going?
Wait.
United
I
States,
just have a
21.
question. Are those countries' inflation rates higher or lower than ours?
No,
They're
you
higher.
made a premise. You made a statement. You said that America had the highest quality of life in the world. I'm demonstrating that you're dead wrong.
Look,
That's simple. I'm not
America
talking about
has-
anything other than the fact that your statement is not true.
Okay, allow me to correct myself. America has the highest average income out of all the major countries that you mentioned. Maybe there's a Switzerland that has
Trivia.
more. Maybe there's a Caribbean island that has
Trivia. Who's accounted for in that? It's certainly not accounting for prison labor, is it? When you're saying that it has the highest average income amongst what people? Citizens, but not felons, assuredly, because they're no longer have the right of citizenship in the same way, right? So where are you getting this data from? Like, what's the procedure of the statistical production here?
I'm looking at income and purchasing power. What you choose to do as an individual, I think, if you want to do whatever, I think that's, what determines standard of living. If you had just having resources, being comfortable and having those resources and being able to use them. I'm not saying people in America are all super rich, but I'm saying it's better than other areas of the world in that regard.
Here's a question for you. What percentage do the bottom 20% of America own out of the total economy? What percentage of the economy do you think the bottom 20% constitutes as a percentage of the economy in assets?
Look,
how much of the economy
not very
do they
high,
own?
but you look at the results of the 2017.
Actually, it's not anything. It's a fucking negative number.
Look,
you know that? It's a negative number. It's not a positive
I'm not going to be
integer.
surprised. If you look at the results of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, those people move up tax brackets at a very noticeable rate. What happened there? The taxes
is the bottom
went down
20%,
and the government
the bottom
shrank.
20%, the bottom 20% of China, right? The bottom 20% of people in China own 1% of the economy. Okay, the bottom 20%
allegedly,
of Americans,
bro, the bottom 20% in China live in like nowhere. They don't have shit.
Have you seen the bottom fucking 20% of Americans?
Flexing the bottom 20% of China.
Have you seen the bottom 20% of fucking Americans, dude? What are you talking about? We have 10 cities. What are you talking about?
We do have 10 cities. There are problems, but I guarantee you the 20th percent person in America much better off than the 20th percent person in China.
You really think that?
Absolutely. That's objectively true. The average,
so it's better to be homeless. It's better to be homeless in America than to be poor in China.
The median person, fine, we won't use average. The median person in the United States is much better off than the median person in China. This is objectively true.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Look it up.
No, it's not.
All right, you want to look things up? Look up what the median U.S. income is. Look up what the median Chinese income is. And
you're talking about income, but that doesn't say anything. Income is completely trivial. It's about what that income can pay for. You don't.
Look, food. Where does China buy?
If you make $1 million a year, listen, buddy. Would you? I'm going to give you a little hypothetical here. Let's see if it can get you through here. If you would you rather make $1 million a year and pay $900,000 a year in rents, or make $200,000 a year and pay nothing in rents? What would you rather do?
Rent definitely an important point. But let's change it.
Okay, so the income completely fucking trivial if you're not looking at the balance of payments.
Let's change it from rent to food. What's the price difference in food between the United States and China?
Food is cheaper in China.
No, it's not. It's roughly the same.
Yes, it is.
Where does China get their soybeans?
They make it.
They get it from the United States. Soybeans. It's one of our largest exports to China. Where does China get their pork?
Oh my God, you're right. You know what we're a big exporter of? We're the biggest exporter of fucking alfalfa in the world. It doesn't build our economy, okay?
But it's prices, and Chinese incomes are lower, and commodities are global markets.
Their expenditures are lower. Their quality of life is higher because their expenditures are lower.
The quality of house and food and healthcare and etc. that you can get in the United States as the median person is higher than it is in China. China is not this golden country.
Are you watching Adrian Zen shit? Like, what the fuck? Who's informing you?
I mean, it's just common knowledge and sense.
It's not common knowledge at all. That's what I'm saying.
What is better for the median person in China?
Oh my God. They own a house.
Do they? Those property values are down tremendously.
What does it matter? Your property
Because their
value matter if
savings
it's
are
not a
in their house
speculative
and their
asset.
savings are getting blown up.
No, they're
Yes,
not.
it is. This is a
Because
fact,
the
bro. Look
state
it up.
owns the banks.
What?
The Chinese state owns the
Yeah,
banks.
and they
So they are going
over-leveraged,
to
and
write
there's a
down the
serious problem.
debts.
It's going to be greater than our
They are
08,
going
09,
to write down the
07, 08
debts.
crisis.
If their government worked like ours, their state could do nothing about it.
Okay,
But because it
you know what was
doesn't,
published
it will do
yesterday? You know what
something
was
that we
published
consider an
yesterday?
illegal move,
Chinese data.
and it will write off the debts.
Chinese data came out yesterday saying that business confidence is its lowest since 2013. 2013 being when they started recording the data.
Business confidence, man. All right, I'm done talking to you, man. It's boring. Sorry.
Peace out, bro.
I can't just keep repeating the fact that this isn't well understood. Like, if you're going to rely on fucking Wall Street Journal reporting and business confidence indexes, like, why don't we just fucking measure the candy cane index and say that we have more candy canes here, so we have more holiday fucking cheer? Why don't we look at the holiday cheer fucking index? This is the type of hard science that I'm being met with here by people who want to return to capitalism. What's the point of being in the discourse? Like, all I do is just sit here and get tortured by the stupidest nonsense ever, and you don't change anyone's mind anyway. He's going to be reading the candy cane index tomorrow. Oh my God. The candy cane index. How much holiday cheer do they have in China? I don't know. They have more expenditure on holiday cheer. Oh, dear Lord. Man, Golod, what's up? What can I do for you? Please don't tell me. I don't want to do this again. I don't want to talk about fucking bogus. I have to pretend that these bogus economic metrics even exist. Like, we're talking about like the Chinese make less money. It's like their whole world is different. Everything costs different things there. It's cheaper. They have an ability to accumulate capital themselves. They have the average Chinese person has larger savings than the average American person because the average American person's in fucking debt. Like, there's so many different realities that, like, you can't even begin to compare just by looking at like Western economics reporting, because those people don't even know real economics anymore. It's insane. Golod, get me off of this. Distract me.
Okay. Well, I was going to talk about how you were saying with like how we treat homes in this country. You know, like I purchased a home on the old GI Bill. And ever since I did, you know, I'm just watching fucking Zillow, which is my best my best news source about what my fucking value, like the value of my house is, which on its face is insane and like laughable. And it's like, I can't, but in addition to that, it's like watching the number go up so high, so quickly. Like, I'm talking months after I signed this paperwork, like we're talking like 10% of this value is skyrocketing. And I live like in a small town, borderline exurbs, like in Florida. Like, it's crazy. Of course, Florida's a special case because of how we treat, you know, land.
Yeah, we have the most pervert. Like,
it's
back
perverse.
In the day,
it's perverse.
One of my favorite little anecdotes was back in the day when Putin was meeting with George Bush. He was like, "I don't understand the American economy. You just buy and sell houses to each other."
Yeah, well, you know, he's Putler now, so it's okay.
Yeah, but it's like, no, it's like a house isn't supposed to be a speculative asset, right?
No,
like,
yeah,
it's
you
like
treat it that way. You can't, because where are you going to live when
you have
you
perverse incentives? So now what we have is we have tons of property sitting idle because it's not profitable enough to have people living in it, because it has to be sold for its sticker value, which is overinflated, like way beyond its actual means. Like, half of the apartments in New York are fucking empty because they're too expensive.
It is a sickness, and we do not want it. But yeah, I mean, to kind of, I guess, maybe pivot off of that, because it really is depressing to just like listen to sort of the what's the word? Not platitude, like just the slogans, the sloganeering, like you said. It just hurts. It hurts. Have you thought about names?
Yeah, I can't stand it, dude. Literally, is like I have patience up to a degree, but when I just have to hear like what sounds like slogans, like just completely divorced from any sort of meaning, something like cutting taxes is capitalism, like you just want to fucking blow your head off.
Like, do you guys, do you and the wife have thoughts for the child's name, or are you like a secret?
Oh yeah, she's already. We've never had an issue with names or anything. Like we've had the names for everything picked out for years in advance. So
Nice. Do you think? Do you think names are important in general? Is that something? We have a little funny inside joke about like nominative determinism and like.
Oh no, I mean I definitely think so. I think that you end up being attached to your name and you think a lot through it, and you're called by a thing and you answer to it, right? Like
Sure.
it has a huge impact on your consciousness, whatever that name is. So yeah, I definitely think so.
Nice. Well, all right.
Yeah, like our choices, like the ideas here are boy or girl. Boy was gonna be Colin. Nice classic Gaelic name.
Let's go.
In my family's line of doing that. But Colin also means the power of the people, which I think is cool. And but we're having a girl, so her name's gonna be Rose.
Oh, nice! Wow, beautiful. I also have a daughter.
Yeah.
Called Rhoda, and that's it. Either means from Rhodes or also Rosie. So.
Yeah,
awesome, man.
Yeah. So classic.
Oh man, having a girl
very predictable from us.
Nice. Well, that's great, man. I just, I really appreciate you doing these spaces, and I love the work you do on Twitter elsewhere too. So,
Well, thanks, man. Honestly, this is the only thing that gets me through it. I'm constantly like, I want to stop doing this forever. I hate doing this.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it.
You honestly,
I just need
the fact that you keep going is honestly amazing to me. Like I can't. Don't know how you do it.
It's cost me a lot. I'm not gonna lie. It has cost me perhaps too much. There are things that I will never get back.
Yeah, there's something to it. Like I did a little ABBA impression there, but like he's right when he says it's a sickness. It's a mind and soul sickness, and it comes through other areas too, like your lens on what a house is, or your lens on what capitalism or good is. But like it's. You can't come into contact with it without it being caustic to you, and I just appreciate.
The thing is like truthfully, it's been caustic to me my entire fucking life. Like like this stuff has bothered me since as far as I can remember. Like I've always been like, why are things the way that they are, and like confronting all of the authorities in my midst just to be like, why are things the way that they are, and them being like, because they have to be. Because that's the rules or whatever, and then like you just become a philosopher by necessity because you're just like, why are things the way they are? Why do I have to go to school? If you're like 5 years old, like, why do I have to go to school? It's a big question. That's actually like a huge question, right? And it's like you're gonna go through like all of history. Like it's gonna take you forever to realize like why you were put in the state you were put in or anything like that.
You can really boil that question down to because it stops becoming useful at such a young age and starts becoming like. Well, where I'm from, it's like it's a sort of compliance mechanism, just like you used to just being, just.
It's so we can extract rents from both of your parents.
Let's go. Yeah, but I guess the good answer is just to maybe teach you to read and write, right? Like, and
then they don't do that anymore. So it's like kids are illiterate now. Exactly.
No, I agree fully, but it's like they make them illiterate in the sense that they can't. Understand the world around them more.
It's actually closer, concepts. I think, to like the Ludovico treatment in A Clockwork Orange, where it's like they want to make kids like have a nauseous reaction to the concept of reading or doing anything that involves like the intellect, like mathematics, all of these things. It's just like you could not make it more distasteful and more onerous to people than they do now. Like people don't want to read books because they have like a psychosomatic like response to like the horrific nature in which it's taught and like being like tortured in this manner at their youngest ages for so long, like think about how many people are like, yeah, books are stupid, you don't need to read those, and they have that opinion solely because they had difficulty reading early in life and were like ridiculed and shamed and like treated horribly for it in schools, and so they developed like this kind of pathological aversion to it and justifications thereof. You know what I mean? Like there's so many problems produced by like how it's like it creates like the revert, like we're such an anti-intellectual place because schools are such miserable places to be in.
I mean, I usually get a little bit tense when people talk about American exceptionalism, but it's like I will admit that we are the only Commonwealth country to kind of cut the teat off, so to speak. But you still see remnants everywhere, in terms of like finance and in education, especially of course it's more like the Prussian system that we have, but it's still just dog shit. It just sucks ass and doesn't serve anybody. Would you think of homeschooling your child, or are you thinking like,
well, probably, I mean,
private?
I think ultimately, like, that's where your education comes from anyway. Like,
Yeah.
My family's like public educators, and it's like,
Sure.
they're not doing anything if their kids' parents are fucking garbage. You know what I mean? Like, you can
absolutely
do a little, you can accomplish a little, but the fact of the matter is, like, if you're in a family that is like not engaging you as a child in any of these things, or like trying to educate you in this most basic manner, if it's totally outsourced to the state, you're just fucked.
Yeah, completely. There's no incentive for
Like,
them
the reason
to.
why I read books is because there's been books around my house my entire life, and it was something that like people in my life valued. So it's something that I copied as a child, and it was like valuable to me because I received recognition, etc., from it, from like my family forms. You know what I mean? Like,
No
there's
doubt.
value to it to me.
Absolutely. I loved reading from a young age. I think specifically because my mom and I used to read. She's also she was a teacher until she was forced to retire. But yes,
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's really no replacement for that ultimately. So it's like that's what the same thing with like a lot of these questions of government and things like that, where it's like at the end of the day, there's no system that works without a population that's like moral, or like attempting to be ethical, or at least has some type of like civilization within itself, like in its spirit or whatever. You can't just like take a society of like lumpenized anarcho degenerates and then just like brute force create like a society that's like flourishing or whatever. The reason why we're all suffering is because we all deserve to suffer right now. Our society is completely degenerate. We're going to suffer for generations, and it's completely earned. Like, we completely deserve this.
Yeah, well, you're saying you can't do it, but that's of course, like, that's the thesis, right?
It happens in history.
Like,
this is going to force us to become better people.
Well, there's the claim is that like deracinating the culture, or like just giving the culture an acid bath and then like reforming it the way we want is like, that's the key. But that's exactly what you're saying is like leading to all of our suffering. So like, and I tend to side with you on this, but it's like, I don't know. This is where you can get into all kinds of like weird ideological.
I just mean, think of it this way. Think of it this way. The worse conditions are for Americans, the more Americans will recognize that the American state, the empire, is not their friend. That's in fact their enemy, right? So this is the real turning point. The real turning point in America will be when you have conservatives, i.e. like patriotic people who aren't like opposed to America's existence on like an abstract level, but people who love this country who are against the military. That is what it's going to take. When the average person recognizes that the military is not our military, it's not serving us, then we'll have a completely different polity. The problem is even if you're critical of things, right? You'll have people who are critical of the military, but they'll be like, I'm critical of the wokeness in the military. The real problem is that the military isn't like masculine enough or something like that. And it's like, no, the real problem is that the military is a mercenary corporation, an illegal mercenary corporation that's squatting on top of the republic and servicing the hereditary aristocracies of the world, and just contributing nothing to us, our benefit, and just extracting wealth from elsewhere, and using like young men particularly as its lifeblood, just completely destroying them, leaving them to die like veterans addicted to methamphetamines and opioids and things like that. That when that is understood to be the actual reality that we live in by more and more people, that's it, like, and that can only happen by it just being this way for longer. So we just have to wait.
True. Well, there was that Marine general who said as much, and that was like
Smedley Butler, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, that was like 130 years ago or something. Like
Smedley Butlers, man.
Yeah, well, and there's nothing quite like the military to really just let the scales fall from your eyes. I mean, I wasn't exactly like, I remember Iraq. I'm old enough to remember like when that was going on, and the Dixie Chicks being the only ones to say shit, and then like the reaction and the bloodlust in the media, and therefore in the populace. That was what was so disturbing to me about Ukraine this year. Is just like, holy fuck.
It's disgusting, dude. Gen Xers are fucking bloodthirstier than any boomer ever has been in their whole lives.
Yeah, because like all my life, I was like, if I can see this, then I can't be alone. I'm not that much of an outlier. Like, but it just, with every passing year, it's something like fucking Ukraine that like shows how effective and how strong everything still is.
You can turn it on a dime, dude. You can turn this fucking country on a dime. You can change everyone's sentiments, and you can look. It doesn't matter if you change their sentiments. You just change the appearance of what the sentiments are. Like Like that's what it is, right? Like, oh, now we can all talk about vaccines, right? Oh, now we can all talk about this, but when it mattered, we can't do it. That's America. You
Oh
can
man,
dissent after the fact. That's free speech. You have the freedom to react to things that have already been done to you. That's it. You can't prevent them from happening.
hell no, man, terrifying. But like you said, it's just a waiting game.
It really is. Like patience is the virtue here, right? And I think about this a lot because I've been watching I watched the new episode of The Chosen, but a little bit they like to
I haven't
do is to
seen it
talk
yet.
about
Oh, what the fuck? Wait,
they
how'd you
talk
see
about
it?
the word soon. What do you mean? It's on their app. It's streaming.
What? It's on. See, I've been watching it on Prime, and I haven't seen it crop up
Oh
yet.
yeah, it's up. I watched the live reveal of it on YouTube or
Oh,
something. They streamed the
nice.
second episode, but
Oh, so it's
the
just like
little
on
bit
Angel Site or whatever?
they do this bit about the word soon, right? Where you say
Mm-hmm.
soon, and that can mean anything, because that's like what according to what time, right? So it's like the second coming, the arrival of all these things. Everything's supposed to be soon. It's all happening soon.
Oh, the
You're supposed to
Father's
wait
time.
patiently, because
Right.
soon
Yes.
is anytime. Soon could be anytime. It could be now. It could be 1,000 years from now.
Yeah. Only the Father knows. When
Yeah.
the day and time will be. So, truly. All right, man. Well, I really appreciate it. Thanks for even talking to. Yeah, dude. Thanks for talking to the people that don't want to hear or see. Anyway, I really do appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, okay. You can thank me for my service. I'm a troop. I'm the real troops out here
You are
every
the
day.
dude from a U.S. Navy veteran to Logo Daedalus. You're a troop.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm no
All right, man,
longer
peace.
stealing valor. My valor has been conferred to me by a respectable representative of the armed forces.
A
I
damn
am
local
the
retard.
tip of the spear. All right.
Man,
Thanks
I
for
love
coming
you.
on, man.
Peace.
Peace, man. All right, Tristeppen, what's up? I'm trying to run through these a little faster, so if you guys could tell me what I can do for you, I'll probably end with Mage and my Juggalo boy here in a couple minutes, because I want to end at like 4 or something. I don't want to do this all day. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? So last time I was on, I talked about those Hebrews people. So I want to bring that up again. Do you think Christmas is pagan, bro?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's the solstice. They didn't celebrate Christmas here in America. Hell no.
Oh, wow.
You know the first Congress of America, right? In 1789 met on Christmas Day. It was a day like any other day.
So am I an idolater for having a tree?
I mean, where's the Yule tree come from? Like this, I mean, I'm
I
fine.
heard it
I
was
don't really
like Martin
care
Luther. I
about.
heard Martin Luther popularized it.
I mean, it was popularized. It's been the real popularization comes like the way what we treat Christmas now is really a Victorian British in thing, right? Like the whole gift giving, etc. All of this that we do now is developed then. Like just like I don't know. I have nothing really wrong with like the seasonal theming of our holidays or whatever. It's like this is happy holiday season. It's not even Christmas, right? It's just happy holiday season, which means the colors green and red, and particular kinds of lights and candies and types of wrapping on your Reese's bar or whatever. That's like what it amounts to. It's like a seasonal aesthetic. And I don't really have a problem with there being seasonal aesthetics or whatever. But I don't really I hate this. I just like the holiday has been so sucked up into the rituals of consumerism that, and it's
Yeah.
obvious, and it's like people rolling their eyes to say this even, but it's like I don't mean in like the kind of like, oh, I wish we just had more Christmas specials that talked about Jesus or something. That's not really what I mean. I mean more on like the social level and like every level of it, where it's like there's so much like anxieties and pressures people put on each other to like consume and give gifts the right way and things like this, and it just completely like deadens whatever goodness is supposed to be involved in this holiday, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think we live in a different world. So like the older Christmas time, there's no carols. There's no like the
We
joy
sing the
is
same. Most of the big Christmas songs now are still the ones. They're the big Christmas songs that the boomers heard growing up. That is what like
Yeah.
classical Christmas stuff is just what the boomers had for Christmas. You know, it's like a Christmas story. You'll shoot your eye out. The Red Ryder BB gun. It's like that's because it's Christmas.
Yeah.
And like nowadays, like what do we get? We got like Christmas horror movies or whatever. It's like no one really even gives a shit about this holiday anymore.
Dude, I was like, I remember seeing that, and I was like, wow, like no one cares. It's like there's no reverence because
Yeah, I
back
mean,
in like
I like
yeah,
to watch the Christmas specials of shows because I think the Christmas special is like a kind of genre of story unto itself in American television and things like that. But I've been watching this like random ones, different ones I haven't seen before, and one of the It's Always Sunny Christmas specials really stuck out to me as being like the ultimate like millennial Christmas story where it's literally about like the whole thing is they're supposed to learn like forgiveness, right? That's the mess they're supposed to learn the whole time because like they hate Frank for like never for like he buys all these presents but he keeps them. He just does pure conspicuous consumption. He doesn't give the gifts to his kids. Um, but they this whole time they're doing this, they're like fucking around with this guy who's like an ardent Christian and like believes in Christ, etc. And then he's revealed at the end. He's like, "Oh, I didn't believe any of that shit anyway. I'm just here to get revenge." So it undercuts the whole meaning of its entirety. It's like the most nihilistic Christmas special ever. And
it's always Sunny good. I haven't watched it yet.
it's funny. I mean, it's not that great, honestly. It's like okay. Some of it is funny still, but it's kind of very much a time capsule for like late Gen X, early millennial style comedy or whatever. I think it's still pretty good. It's really good depiction of just the complete like lumpenized nihilism of Americans. Like I think it accurately represents just like the complete like totalizing pettiness of Americans with each other. Like the characters in it are all just like ruthlessly cruel in a way that like Cartman in South Park is like almost
Is it
like a
like crueler? Is
humanitarian
it like
comparison.
cooler than Seinfeld or less? Is it
So
cooler
much
than
crueler.
Seinfeld?
It's so much.
Oh,
It's
wow.
like the most. Yeah, it's just a theater of cruelty. Like the only redeemable character is like this character who's like presented as like the most stupid and abject, like impoverished person, Charlie, and he's just completely ignorant. Well, I mean, he's not even a good person. Like, there's literally no good person in the show. It's the coldest irony
I've been
a
watching this
sitcom has ever
show.
put out.
Sorry. I've been watching this show that's like called The Good Place, which is like
Yeah,
just like it's just like workplace. It's just like work-based salvation. The show, like that's what it is. It's
yeah,
like it makes me feel good that that's not how it works because
yeah.
it's. Have you seen it? Have you seen
Yeah,
it?
yeah. I watched it. Actually, what's funny is that I watched a lot of it like while I was getting dental work done because they had like a TV that could play that was like playing Netflix or whatever. So I watched
Yeah.
like the whole like first season because it's like pretty short or whatever, like while like on like laughing gas and like getting drilled in my mouth like with tons of pain. So I thought that was a good way of like watching it with like subtitles. Like I did feel like I was in hell watching it. Um it's not like bad. Like it's pretty well structured formally for like what it is as a sitcom, a kind of like it kind of feels like a spiritual sequel or something to like Parks and Recreation or something like that. But
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
if you expanded like the Office into heaven, you know, where it's like literally
Well,
isn't it Michael?
did you get the twist?
Yeah, I've watched the whole thing.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it ends up kind of just
I haven't
undoing
finished it, so
itself. But yeah, I mean, it's very much a depiction of like Rawlsian conceptions of salvation. It was written
it's
by like
funny.
a Harvard guy. I'm pretty sure. I looked into this before. But yeah, it's like very much in tune with if you were to study philosophy with an emphasis in ethics at Harvard right now, you'd be very well equipped to write that show.
Yeah, I liked. I wasn't expecting to hear about Kierkegaard in a sitcom, but you know,
Yeah, yeah, it's like that's what I mean though. It's kind of like that like so you know like the operating principle behind like The Office and Parks and Rec and this whole genre was this like showrunner, show developer who was a big fan of David Foster Wallace. Okay? So this is like where we're at, where it's like that is like the attempted like new sincerity liberalism of someone like David Foster Wallace's aesthetics where it's like we're all just like heckin' broken lumps of people, fam. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of the vibe.
I used to watch a bunch of David Foster Wallace like lectures, and then I like found out he killed himself, and I was like, oh man. Whenever I find out someone killed themselves, I always feel bad, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't like base anything about myself around that person because I don't want to kill myself.
Yeah, he kind of killed himself because he couldn't live up to the media profile and image that he had been LARPing as and like produced for mass consumption. Like, so he kind of knew that if he wanted to maintain his literary celebrity, it would be better for him to kill himself than to keep writing. And I think he was right about that because pretty much like there was a grace period right after he killed himself, and then right after that he got like Me Too'd into oblivion. You know what I'm saying? Like,
He got
because he
Me
wasn't the
Too'd? I didn't even
character he
know that.
presented himself as. Oh yeah, big time.
Wow.
I mean, he wrote all of it. Like you have to understand that David Foster Wallace was like on the fringe of like losing it for most of his life. Essentially,
Yeah,
like
it
he
seemed
wrote
like that. It
Infinite
seemed like
Jest.
that.
He wrote Infinite Jest out of a complete like obsessive, unrequited love for, I believe, Mary Carr while he was driving a bus after going to like Alcoholics Anonymous and like living with his parents. He was in a very dark place. You see what I'm saying? And then like that,
Yeah.
like putting out that book, it like all goes into that. It's a very dark book. It's a very tragic and like fucked up kind of book. And he puts it out and it's just marketed as like this thing for like oh, real intellectuals read this book. This is like the thing you can do to prove how smart you are. Like this is the book for smart people this year or whatever. And it made him feel sick. Like you can read his letters to the publishers and things about how disgusted he feels with how he himself is being marketed. But then it's a huge success, and he gets to work for Rolling Stone and Harper's and stuff. He has to go out. He has to play this he's like, well, who do people want to be like their literary celebrities? He has to play this sort of character that isn't even himself. And he's like hiding really like the kind of darkness of his own life, which only really comes out later and later as he is trending towards erasing his own map, as you would put it.
Wow. I always thought like one of the things that like I guess like I'm kind of a recent convert. Well, I wouldn't call myself. I believed like very like tentatively throughout my life, and I would like fall into agnosticism and then like back into like kind of believing, and now I'm like actually a convert. But one of the things that like I think is one of the benefits is that like I feel like immune to nihilism.
Yeah.
Like I felt there were certain times in my life where I wouldn't say I was suicidal, but I definitely like was at a place where I was like, it's like, what's the meaning? There's nothing good about life, or I felt like, even though I didn't want to die, it was like, would I care? What's left for me? And then coming to like belief, like a real belief, it almost feels like that's not even an option anymore. Like,
yeah, no, I know what you mean. I feel you entirely. I know exactly what you mean, because like if there is no meaning to things, right, then even that like that's also why it sucks. Like, right, if you're like a real nihilist, you're like, oh wow, like I'll make this act of like killing myself, and like that kind of proves the fundamental naivety. Like I'll be proving that everything really is nothing to me if I can just kill myself and I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But you can't do it because that act itself would be meaningless because there's no meaning in the world. So it's like you can't even bring yourself to do something like that. I guess if you were like really, really deep in despair, you could. But it's hard even to bring yourself to do something like that because the point of doing it wouldn't change anything. It's just kind of pointless. Ultimately,
yeah,
within your own metaphysics of action or whatever in that circumstance. But if you accept that there is an objective meaning in the world, that there is like meaningful things, then like that act does take on a meaning, but take on it would be a complete like failure. Like you're not taking it then as a success. The nihilist who kills himself is triumphantly proving the power of his like rationality above like all the things of the world or whatever. But a Christian who kills himself is just sending themselves to hell.
yeah. I was actually wondering if there's any verse on that because, it's kind of a bummer, but I mean, it's kind of like the most logical, takeaway. I actually was like looking for like what happens to suicide, but I couldn't find anything.
Let me see. I don't know if there's any actually like direct things. This is something I kind of played with in my novel because like there is like for instance Samson. technically commit suicide, right? Because like Simpson pulls down the pillars and they fall on him and the people that are like oppressing him or whatever, right? So it's
Oh
like
yeah.
that. So like there is this like kind of ambiguity as to what, like there is actually like this idea that like you sacrifice your life for some higher aim or whatever, like that's what Jesus did, right? But it's like to call that suicide feels wrong.
It's
So it's
not
kind of
really.
like,
It's not
so
really a
it's like,
suicide. It's more like a. I don't know, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
because there's like a way of like giving away, like there is a kind of like, I don't know, you kind of like repatriate that notion of being like kind of sick of yourself, even. I don't know, if you're like in a depressive funk and you're just kind of like I like what's like I don't like, I don't care if I die. It's kind of good though if you're like a Christian, like you shouldn't care if you die. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
should be
love
fine with
not your
that.
life onto you love not their life onto death, you know?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
New Jerusalem's gonna be badass, bro. I can feel it.
You can see it, you can feel it, you gotta try it. It's hard to concentrate on it, but it's easier if you're not involved in the fucking discourse here.
It's gonna be cool. It's just gonna be a square.
The big cube, big golden cube.
Yeah, I actually I saw this post, the thing with like the dimensions. I was like, oh, that's huge. But yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, it was nice talking to you. I'm gonna do one more and then finish off with Mage and them, and then I'm gonna sign off here. So, thanks for
Yeah,
coming
nice
on, man.
talking to you, man. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So, well, before we go. Costco seems like it's connecting. I'll add Tommy too. We'll see which one of you gets in first. Yeah, what's up, Tommy? What can I do for you, pal?
Simple question. I'm curious what your thoughts are on Yarvin kind of just like taking Peter Dale Scott's idea and giving it to the right.
What do you mean?
Just his whole theory on the deep state and that stuff, because it's like, to me, as someone that's read more of Peter's work, I kind of feel like Yarvin's just taking from Peter in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's really giving the right. I mean, the right can't do anything with it. They don't know what to do about it. Like, the right is really just saying that we have the wrong kind of deep state. You know what I'm saying? They're like, it would be better. Elon should be the deep state. Well, like they don't have like a fundamental issue with the actual realities that produce such a thing as the deep state, as we call it. They just like literally believe that if you change like the persons involved, that it will change the system. Ironically, it's like their form of electoralism, except their whole thing is that like voting in like this type of formal democratic manner is pointless. Their whole idea of voting is like voting with money, i.e., like purchasing, right? So they're saying like, oh look, like these monarchies outperform in the market. So over time, the market will trend to producing more of these things. That's why they have to explain the deep state as a form of like socialism or something that's opposing or oppressing the market, which doesn't really make sense because it is itself like what composes the market. Like the market has regularity to it due to these massive interests in the deep state, as we call it. They like are the market movers, and they can't do anything about it. They're just saying like, well, what if we had like our market movers doing it? The real smart ones, as if capital itself cares whether or not Peter Thiel or I don't know, a 17th generation scion of an Iron Baron is doing the moves. I don't think it's just kind of like pure idealism. It's like purely idealistic. The criticism on his end. He's been saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and he gets to like, I don't know, get to be equated with that idea. But partially what it's useful for is to like tarnish this notion of like unitary executive authority as being this like right wing thing. So he's actually really good propaganda in the left, right? To be like, oh, like Like I'll never be taken seriously by like anyone who identifies as a social democrat or leftist of any stripe, because I'll be like, actually, Curtis is correct about unitary executive authority. The thing is that we want unitary executive authority for the proletariat as opposed to the bourgeois. We just want unitary executive authority for the people and not for capital. And it's like, well, like, we want people's king, effectively, right? That's like what we're saying. And he's presenting it in that way, but he doesn't actually want a people's king. He wants an elite's king. He wants an elite's king because he thinks that the people themselves are not productive or capable of doing anything productive. They are just economic widgets that are best, like, kept in the dark and moved around by people who are like superior chess players. So that type of elitism just ends up where we are now. It's like we don't have good elites. This idea that like we can just get new elites and put them into power is just insane. I don't know. It's a waste of time. I'm gonna add a mage and you guys here so we can round this out with maybe a little more festive here than my Grinchiness.
Earlier, instead of talking to the fucking sloganeering, TPUSA representative.
Yeah, we need Ron DeSantis to lower taxes, and then we'll have capitalism.
No,
and freedom
I agree,
again.
and we'll have all of our little stockings, little stuffied up with trinkets and toys, and it'll be so cute.
We'll all get Trump NFTs. We'll all get our limited edition holographic Emperor Trump God cards.
Oh yeah,
and we can have an economy of trading those.
Yeah, when I get my little holographic Charizard, it's like it's a GIF. When they have like the little kind of scratchy texture thing where you move it and it moves. That's like a GIF. That's so cool. It's like the internet in real life.
Yeah. That's all I asked for Christmas was a Donald Trump God Emperor NFT. I'll need to collect 10,000 of them to guarantee myself a dinner with him. I think I'm gonna go for it.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think you should. I actually have a question this time, and I usually don't. But do you know any Chinese writings on Dante? I want to know what the Chinese people have to say.
I think I looked into this once because every once in a while I look up like Japanese or Chinese writing on other authors. I don't know. I think they have a translation. I think they must.
Well, they got the fucking statue.
Wait, no, I knew this. No, they have Dante statues. They're building a Dante statues. Yeah, because they. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, because you got that tweet where it's like the statescraft can be measured in how many statues of Dante they have. Yeah, and we have 0. So what does that say?
I just found this Forma Italicum Journal of Italian Studies, Dante in Chinese context. The rise and revival of Dante since his introduction into China over a century ago has been a complex process marked by 2 high points. The first in the 20s and 30s, with early interest in Dante's significance as a historical figure and translation of his works into Chinese, and second, a reprise of his work in the post-Mao reform period in the 90s and on, the advent of serious translation projects and literary analysis from a Chinese perspective. So actually, there's been a recent Dante renaissance from the 90s until now, but they're also reading Dante in the 20s and 30s. You have to read Dante if you're republicanizing. It's like one of the fundamental texts. But
yeah, I love how people read the title of Monarchia and then they're like, "Oh my God, based."
Yeah, they don't know what
they don't
he's
read
saying
anything else. Yeah,
they don't realize that he's like saying that this is like against the papacy, and they're like, "Oh, what?
Yeah,
I thought the kings and the popes were buddies."
Oh, what if the Pope was the king? That would be so base. We should have Pope.
What if they were in the same person? God Emperor.
God Emperor. Yeah, that's what Dante's talking about. And then meanwhile, you actually read him, and he's like, "Oh, the language itself is the Commonwealth." It's beautiful. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much else. Holidays are gonna be nice. You send me your address. I wanted to send you a Christmas present despite your protests.
My Grinch. I have too many. The thing is, right, man, is that like I've moved. I have boxes of shit. I have books. I don't even want to ask.
No,
for books.
I know.
I have too many books. There's nothing I want.
I know, but I found such a cute book. I found such a cute little book that you would appreciate.
Okay. See, this is what's so funny is like in my experience, gift giving now becomes me providing other people the ability to give me things that I'm asking for, because it makes them feel good to give me the thing, and then it's just like,
Well,
okay,
the
thanks.
best gifts are ones that they didn't even know they were asking for.
The
But
best gifts is
yeah.
just like a fucking like you actually those pluots you gave us are like the dried ones, which my wife just made into a nice cake. So that's a great
Did she
gift.
really? Oh, she finally made that? That's so
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah, it's really good.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
very
No,
good. The
I have
mascarpone.
those in a bag right here because I'm gonna put those in my dad's stocking.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
but yeah. Yeah, I got
Nice.
the
Well, I hope you have a
I got
nice Christmas. Do you guys do Christmas?
what do you mean you guys? Are you talking
You know what I
about?
mean.
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's
You
really just gonna be
people.
my, yeah, us people. I mean, dude, my mom was like trying to be like, "Oh, are you coming over for Hanukkah?" And I was like, what are you talking about? We've never celebrated Hanukkah." And I was like, "We started Hanukkah like 5 years ago." And I was like, it was just
Ever
insane. It
since
was
Kanye, ever since Kanye said those things, we're celebrating Hanukkah now.
That's basically what it is. And they were trying to get me to come over last night, and I was like, "Okay, I'll come over." And then it got canceled. We didn't do it, and I'm like, "Okay."
Oh damn! You didn't get to spin your dreidel, dude. Damn, the best part of the year.
We've never done
Gambling
the dreidel.
on the
We've never
top.
done the dreidel. We always my mom would just buy chocolate coins,
I love the
and
chocolate coins,
the chocolate coins. Well, they don't even taste chocolatey. They just taste like wax and sugar.
but they
It's
look
very
like
strange.
coins,
But they
and
look
you
like shekels.
get them in
Uh,
a little bag.
oh
You can
yeah,
weigh
yeah.
them in your hand.
The little mesh bag.
Yeah,
The
and you can weigh them in your hand. And,
ooh, I
ooh,
say this is so. I mean but yeah, no, we do Christmas. It's all spectacle though. It's
yeah.
yeah,
Do you
yeah,
do stockings?
yeah, dude. My mom loves to
Oh,
pack
right.
it
You
with
said you were
garbage
stuffing
that
a
I.
stocking, right?
Yeah, my mom really loves to stuff it with garbage. I love my parents. I like that they get me gifts and things, but yeah, I don't know. I really don't need a Minions Pez dispenser. Seems like a little bit of like a waste of money for like a joke.
Ooh, ooh, Minions Pez dispenser.
I still have it.
Ooh,
I still have it. It's like in my, it's like at my parents' house, I think. But yeah, it's just like
dude,
plastic trash.
Pez dispensers are such classic trash, man. Do you remember? Do you ever go to
Yeah.
someone's house and they have a collection of Pez dispensers? I've been to several such houses.
I live in LA. Of course, I've seen
Of
somebody's house
course.
with a pen dispenser. But my dad would be like, "Oh, I knew this guy. He's like a gaffer. He's got the greatest action figure
Pez
collection."
dispenser
And it was
collection.
just, I mean, it'll just be like Hasbro toys. Like my dad had like a guy who he worked with, and he's like, "Yeah, this guy just has all the connects to get the best Hasbro toys."
Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
funny as hell. It's
I
like
mean,
Jingle All
what?
the Way.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's all, yeah. Christmas is just sort of very much like that for my family. It's just, they want me to come over because they want me to watch my sister stand on a chair and put the star on the tree. I like some of this
Yeah, there you
stuff,
go.
but yeah, that's like the nice part. My parents blowing money on garbage, it just makes me sad. I'm like, can we
I
not?
just like people kind of don't really often talk about the fact that Christmas is actually generally like melancholy time of year, especially culturally. There's like the Christmas blues. I think is more of a resounding sentiment than people like to put on. I don't think it's just Grinchiness, but I always think of Holden Caulfield being blitzed drunk and talking about trimming a tree and things like that, being
Oh
sad.
man. Well, what a nice day for banana fish.
Yeah. All
I
right, man.
mean,
Well,
I
Merry
was gonna
Christmas. I'm
say,
gonna try to run through these real quick. You got one more thing?
I was gonna say it's all about the Henry Vaughan Christmas poem where he's like, why are we talking about the birth of Christ? Think of the crucifixion. That's the point of this. Like, it's great. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
People love
Uh,
little tiny baby Jesus. They love that. Before he could
Peace
talk.
and to all the world, sure one, and he, the Prince of Peace, hath none. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. All right. Merry Christmas,
Um,
mate. Peace.
Merry Christmas, man. Later.
All right, Kinko, I'm going to go through the last people on here. I'm so generous with my time, you guys. Kinko, Merry Christmas, man. Anything I can do for you?
Whoop whoop. Not exactly. I actually have. I actually kind of, but it's more of like kind of laying out a grounding theory about. Because I messaged you about cybernetics, and I was like super interested in the like. I knew about the word, but I didn't look heavy into it. But as of recently, I was looking into cybernetics, and lately I've been listening to music, and I finally kind of made this weird distinction or connection with like theatrics and cybernetics and roles in society and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're like, it's fucking not freaking me out, but I'm like, I kind of already knew this. I'm like, what the fuck, man? It's like really weird how it's all interconnected, and they like this wiring of like, oh, this is like your role is you. It's like, fuck off. This is so fucking weird.
Yeah,
Oh,
what class are you? Are you a cleric?
Yeah.
What skills do you have?
Yeah, no, I'm a simple jester, of course. You know, but
Simple
again,
jester.
like, yeah.
You better roll all that into charisma and luck, my friend.
Right. Then it ties into D&D, and like I understand that now, but like I was just like super weird because it like the reason why I kind of connected it again, we've probably had this similar discussion 1,000 times, but it's prevalent. It's really important for like people to understand that kind of stuff, how your role is how they
It's the thing is that people are building their identities already, like in the media environment, without knowing, like, you know, they kind of just feel like the RPG class progression system and sort of like game theoretical identity formation, like things like instruments, mechanisms that exist in these mediums. They kind of just treat this as if it's just like kind of always been there. You know what I mean? Where it's like, what do you mean? Of course, there's like, you know, you've got the clerics and you've got the healers and you got your DPS and you got your tanks. Like obviously everyone specializes to kind of incarnate their specific utility in the game that we're playing, right? Like it's so basic, it's so prevalent that to see what's right in front of you is like what's most difficult. But then once you do see it and it's right there and it's everywhere, you're surrounded by people who treat it like it's just nature. You know, like this is just how things are.
Yes, I will attest. I mean, I did when I was a little bit like a few years ago. I literally at a point was like in my nihilistic few years of just like, oh, black pill, la la la, that I thought I was in a game, and I'm like, and then I kind of got obviously inverse that. I'm like, oh no, we create games. What the fuck are we? No, that's stupid. That's retarded. Like, it makes no sense. Makes absolutely. We're doing games all the time. It's so simple. But yeah, it's just super weird. I don't. It's not like like cybernetics as a word is like relatively new. Like it's so I was trying to
it
kind
comes from
dive.
it comes from the helmsman of a ship, the kybernet. That's like what the origin is etymologically. So it's like the pointsman, the guy who's like determining like the switches that are getting pulled, etc. So like the study of cybernetics already premises this type of like subjectivity of like the engineer, right? Who's like directing the society through moving like, you know, various their incentive structures. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Oh yeah,
the dungeon master.
Right, and I read this really because I was doing a little research, and I was reading these people. Like I actually found an article about someone tying in cybernetics with William Blake, and I was like, this is not like it was like in a way. I don't think it was trying to describe like using any of his like metaphors or any of that in that cybernetic sense, but like trying to just depict why cybernetics at a certain point fails, or it doesn't reach to a point. Just like it doesn't go to past like a consciousness level, and then they're like trying to reestablish cybernetics, and like how can we find the mechanisms of consciousness? Like, I don't, dude, what the fuck are you guys trying to do? Like, what is the point of this? Like, what are you doing?
To extract value, my friend, and to
it's
actually
all value.
it's for your pleasure. It's for your pleasure. Is what am I saying? It's to maximize utils. It's for your pleasure. It's all for you.
Utils.
It's all for you. It's all for you. It's all for your enjoyment. You wouldn't like playing Call of Duty as much if you didn't have something to achieve in it. If you couldn't express yourself in your role of the Call of Duty player. So we put in this leveling system for you. So you have some sense of satisfaction in your life. You'll be gaining your experience points and progressing through this mystery system where you acquire new badges and titles and you can express yourself as a kind of spiritual elite. If you have like the
Mm-hmm.
master camo on your quick scope sniper rifle, you have already presented yourself to others in a way that everyone can see your superiority to them because you've ascended to the 33rd, 103rd degree Scottish Rite of 7th Prestige Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. You are a true gamer, and no one can take that from you.
Yeah, it's so true. God damn, it's like it sucks that because every model now for gaming has become that. It's like everything's just
it's
cash grab.
subjectivity itself now.
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to turn
Yeah.
reality into this with like NFTs in the metaverse. Like they want us all to, ideally, our own appearance to others would be a skin, in
Correct.
its entirety.
Yeah, a costume again. Yeah,
Yeah.
just it goes right back to theater, and I find it so surprising how everything kind of always draws back to theater. And I think I saw a post that ties the garden to the library to the theater. I thought that was so fascinating, like how that like. I don't know what it was, someone with Campbot or something, but I thought, or he was talking to somebody, but I thought that was so unique. And I'm like trying to understand, like, why do these connect so easily? And I'll probably find it eventually, but it was just like, damn, that is just so fucking weird. Why it's like, it's just all satanic garble. It's just fucking a waste of time.
Well, if you read the real cybernetics like manifestos and things, like when they were making when they're having conferences in like the 20s and 30s and 40s, it's
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's what Gravity's Rainbow is all about. It's all really about cybernetics. But
is that something is that a recommendation? Because I'm interested.
Oh,
I'm
it's
okay
really.
with reading.
I would say read V first if you want to read Pynchon, but like Gravity's Rainbow is like great merit. Like I read that Whitman very early on here, but I think Thomas Pynchon really took up like what Whitman was saying. The goal of American poetry should be in the same way that Melville did. Amazing, not just like national character of America, but taking America as like this kind of microcosm for the development of the world. So it's like Gravity's Rainbow is about the development of cybernetics. It's like a deeply American novel, but it actually takes place all over the world, like at the same time. And that's the kind of scope that he's working in. That's the scope that cybernetics works in too. So it's kind of like that's the poetic task now, is to be able to keep that in mind. These kind of global developments.
Yes, and I've been my journey right now is through Fry and Blake, and I will full on like tell anyone in here, like, if you want to like recognize yourself to the correct way of looking at things, you got to read these things. Like I feel myself like changing every day in like a very positive light. It's phenomenal stuff. Like once you pick up on the metaphors and understandings, it's an analogy. It's like, oh, it's beautiful stuff. It really is. It's just amazing.
No, it really is. Like that's why I'm here. I'm just trying to get more people to do it. I think it's like more beneficial than like anything else you could do. Really, it's like changing your imagination. And most of the time, like I don't know if I would say most of the time, but a lot of our suffering in America comes from our imaginations and our imaginations of others' imaginations of ourselves and things like that, which is literally kind of like Satan itself, right? Is like the eye of the other upon yourself, like this judgment that others would have on you. How do I look to others?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a good look? Things like that.
Right. That being the judgment. Yeah, that's this. It's not. No thanks. That's the first step and problem with a lot of people, is that they worry too much. And like, you got to focus yourself, understand yourself first, and then you can understand other things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Merry Christmas, man. And
yeah,
hope you have a good
Christmas. One. Yeah, you too. Thank you, man.
All right, homework. Did I get you on before? I don't remember. The homework. I'm trying to add you again. You can talk. What's up? What can I do for you? You're up, homework. What can I do for you? Okay. It's not working again. Sorry, man. And Sekrek, what can I do for you? CEKREK, whatever that means. What can I do for you, pal?
What's up, Logo? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
I just had a quick question, man. I got access to a good library recently, and was finally able to pick up some stuff. I can't really find easily online. And one of those things I picked up was a little request of yours. It was the symbolism essays by Bali.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I'd seen those. I saw some of the diagrammatics done, and I was like, that looks really fucking interesting. I picked them up.
It took me so many years to understand what he was trying to say in that.
Dude,
I swear to God.
It's so funny because like every other page is like halfway marked up with the other guy, with somebody who checked it out in like 98, which is the last time anybody picked up a book at a library. And
yeah,
like the guy, he's like got all these amazing passages, like where he's just like spitting, like he's a really smart guy. But so I'm working through them right now, man. And the first one I just thought was so like I just thought was really interesting because the first one, right, it's symbolism as a worldview, right? And so this is kind of like a groundwork for he's going to set up the emblematics of meaning, which is like that's where he's got the huge fucking pyramid,
yes.
But before he sets that up, there's an essay they introduced by him, and it's symbolism as a worldview, and what it is this big like it's like this, not like a celebration, but it's like he's kind of explaining why he thinks that like Nietzsche and the Spoke Zarathustra is like this ultimate symbolist work. It's like it's a celebration that the Overman will be something that is the ultimate embodiment of like symbolistic meaning inside a real work that opposes, not in like a good way that it should oppose, but like that it does in itself oppose the totality of Christian symbolism. Like it provides an antithesis, which is like the craziest thing. But like he's giving a lot of like, it's not like praise, but he's like he's very much like impressed by it, and he's saying he's like, oh yeah, this is why this is an amazing work of art. This is why it connects with itself. It's a living word. He talks about, and I just wonder, I'm like, damn, like, did they not have any like? Because like you were talking about on a last space or whatever. You're like, like no Nietzsche, man. Byron, Carlyle, and Emerson. That's what you need,
Yeah.
And so I'm like, damn, like, did they just not have, any Byron, Carlyle, Emerson, in
well, ironically,
in Russia,
that stuff. So Bali is like he's like from this like theosophical type of world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's in, you know what I mean, like more amongst the elites, etc. Like he's from like hereditary aristocracy himself.
Yeah, he's
if
like
I
a
recall
Yeats
correctly.
figure. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly, kind of like a Yeats figure. So you got to kind of like keep that in mind because like so to him it's like you can like celebrate this for like that, like especially in that time period, things are all like kind of on the verge of like exploding, etc.
Yeah.
Things can go like any real way. So he's saying like this work is like prophetic in some sense. It's definitely prophetic, right? Like Nietzsche writes his book called The Antichrist, and pretty much everyone has been referring back to it since because it seems kind of like we're in the age of that, and so there's that, but those things are popular. I mean, Byron is like the basis of Pushkin, basically. Those works did influence and proliferate there, but it's kind of like there's a kind of irony I like to think of in a way where Stalin, his name is the Man of Steel. That's what Stalin means. It's a pseudonym. So in a way, like the way that this yearning for like the Übermensch or something manifested in Russia at that time was ultimately in the Bolshevik Revolution. That's actually sort of in Petersburg also.
Well, I picked that up. I picked the Nabokov one up because you said like you gave a couple of them. It was such an eclectic collection. I was like, that is so funny. I picked up the symbolism essays, La Vita Nova, and the Pushkin Nabokov. He says in the essay, he says, what did he say? He says, Christianity is a source of morality, is Christ himself. Everything is defined in relation to him. In Nietzscheanism, it is the Superman. Christ was, therefore we possess a criterion of morality. The Superman will be, therefore what will favor his appearance is moral, right? Like, and this is like 1903, so like, like you're right. Like all this shit is like really, like it's about to happen, and it's like palatable even in this,
Yeah.
And I just thought it was really interesting. And I was like, damn, because like He's
Yeah,
not.
that's
He's
how
not wrong.
so like that was actually a huge change though in like the way people like I mean McLuhan or others later would probably say this is a result of like the simultaneity of like the proliferation of electricity and like electric networks of information and things, where you stop justifying things based off of like things in the past. For instance, you pointing to Christ and you go like, this guy said this, so we're doing this, and instead everything becomes this kind of like retrocausal justification by how things will be in the future. So that's like, you can see that our whole polity is that way right now, right? Where we're like, well, in the future, we're all gonna, nature is going to exhaust itself in a fiery inferno, and we're all gonna die. So, given that, like climate change or et cetera, like the inevitable collapse, everyone has their vision of what must be the case in the future. You can then justify pretty much anything. That's what the effective altruists do, right? They go, well, the only thing we're provided for sure is death, and so we want to minimize suffering until death. So we can really do almost anything if we're saying that it's offsetting potential future suffering.
It is, like in these essays, there is like, there's this like this possibility of like what can actually come, like what is possible, and it's such an interesting thing, and like he uses he uses a lot of language that is so eerily poignant to what Charles Olson and Ezra Pound are going to be talking about, like in regards to like
in
poetic
imagism,
composition. Like I've read Pound's ABCs of reading, and then his Olson's projective verse, and like there's and with these symbolism essays too, there's these correlates, there's this language that they all use about like a word that basically cognizes itself and creates other words, right? Like this like theory of like aesthetic creation. I was like, wow, damn, like I always think that's so interesting because like they just got that shit out of symbolism, and but
what's kind of crazy
so
is
they're
that
really interesting essays.
What's crazy is that like the only real like kind of national literature I can think of that would put those things in a connection to each other and like take it very seriously is like that's like something Roberto Bolaño does, like in his work, right? Where it's like Bolaño has many citations of these like kind of like avant-garde Silver Age Russian like cosmist writers, like Soviet science fiction and things like that. But then he's also connecting it to things like Ezra Pound and Charles Olson. Like he knows projective verse; it's like an important influence on his own writing. And
no way.
Yeah. So like a lot of these things have like been put together like in the form of like in like the greats of like international literature, like the big American literature, and someone like Bolaño.
Holy shit! I had no idea he even like touched on anything like that. That's
Crazy. big time. In like 2666, like my favorite part is all about this Soviet science fiction writer that he like, makes up, but is like very much like a kind of projected vision of like a kind of Belly-esque like sci-fi writer that would things like that.
That's fucking sick, man.
Yeah. So there are people out there, the great poets and prophets of our days, can see these things in a continuity with each other.
Yeah, it definitely appears that way, man. When I look at it, I'm just like, damn, like that. All this shit is basically saying, like sort of like variations on the same thing, man.
Yeah, well, we're all commenting on the same reality. Like we're all the part. Like this is the real problem with like liberal metaphysics in general, is that they kind of deny the fact that like we're all in the same thing. You know what I mean? Like we're all experiencing the same world,
right?
In different
exactly.
and like we're all like if I read this book and you read this book, we're actually reading the same book, but we're also taking completely different things from it. But the fact is that book is still the same. Like there is a reality, a transcendental, like single unitary reality that we all inhabit, and like we're all part of the same like world historical project. That's like, that's the type of consciousness you got to have to be a poet in this day and age. To just try, like we have this, a lot of the people on here are complaining about the state of art and things like that, because what they want to do is they want to return to just writing like national epics, right? Just like, oh, like we just need our own like Aeneid or something, our own Odyssey.
Yeah,
we just need to go back.
I mean, like shit,
this
man.
time
You've
period.
got your Milton, like fucking.
Yeah, it's like that's already been done.
Yeah.
They can't imagine like that, because the task now for an artist is actually so much more monumental. To do anything like really meaningful in art right now means it has to be about the entire world.
Totalitizing, man. That's what Belay literally says. That he's like he's like the work of art is only appreciated in its like entire totality of its like living creative like process. Like it's a cognition unto itself, the work, right? And the Bible is like this too. Like the Bible is full of interconnected symbols and meanings and motifs and like all this shit. It's like a thinking thing, right? That is objective outside of like even any one person's like interpretation of it, And that's the thing is like what you said, like like we end up in a position today where there is no like, I'm a younger guy, and when people say like, oh, we can never agree on anything anymore, there's no consensus on what is base reality, like in the politosphere at least, like it's like damn, like I can't imagine there being a time, but like I guess like back in like the golden age of American literature, I guess there kind of was one like through, like the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, no, that's like the funny thing is like we're talking about like Nietzsche's influence and things. It's such a huge influence on literally everybody. That's why I hate this notion that reading Nietzsche is like rebellious or something, because it's kind of like the normative consciousness now. Like we're kind of all born into being little Nietzsche's. Like we're in that position where like we are like confront like the death of God as he calls it is more of like a public event in the sense that it's like the death of God's authority amongst people in general. Like now that doesn't really mean anything. Everyone invokes God for everything all the time. And like, it's not that serious or whatever, it's not even the same in kind. But that's why it's like kind of alienating for people now to like go back to reading like, I don't know, 17th century literature, 18th century literature, etc. Because it's like, no, everyone agrees upon like the figure of Christ here. Like they're all talking like they have differences in their interpretations onto all these other things, but there are some basic things that they all agreed to. Even the heretics, right? The heretics and the people that they're all like, they're all agreeing on kind of, they're not necessarily agreeing with all that it entails or means, but they're at least pointing in the same direction. But like then we have this explosion into like what our time now, where it's just pure like syncretism and individualism, where there effectively isn't a God because everyone is their own God. Like everyone just worships themselves.
He talks about that position, man, of like he likens it to like just being on like the edge of this fucking great chasm, like that's the Nietzschean position. It's just like you're on that edge, like you have to abandon, like you end up in this sense where you have to abandon all these things and either accept what was before or either reinvent it into something new for the future or like devolve into like shit flinging.
Yep.
But I had one more question for you. Busy holiday season. I picked up. It's just on the Vita Nova. I picked up Emerson's translation. You ever went through that one? It's like it comes in a manuscript form, but like
no,
it's he's got a translation of the Vita Nova, and I mean like it's not I don't speak Italian.
Yeah,
I don't speak.
I didn't know he did a translation. I mean, that was a big thing. That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he has. I don't know if like I just saw it in the library because I was in the Dante section and I was like, holy shit, Emerson's translation, because they didn't have the like I know there's like an Oxford's, I don't know the translations of the Vita Nova, but I know there's one
that
like
must have been roughly at the same time. There's a thing called the Dante Club that like Longfellow and others were a member of, and that's when they were doing the Longfellow's translation of Dante. So I guess he might have been obliquely involved doing La Vita Nuova, or Lord knows. That's interesting. I didn't know that he did a translation of that. It makes sense though.
Yeah, I know. Like I was like, damn, like that's fucking perfect, like. But yeah, he does have one. It's he wrote it to a like his like like his I don't know, friend or whatever, but it only exists in like two manuscripts, and the first half of one of the manuscripts is a little different than the other one, but it's a fine translation. I think it is,
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly interesting whether or not it's a good translation according to whatever someone's criteria are. It's definitely interesting that he did it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's cool, man.
Hope you have
Merry Christmas, man.
Happy holidays, man.
You too, man. You too.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All
right. Homework. You get one last shot. I keep adding you, but you can't talk for some reason, or I can't hear you anyway. I'll give you one more shot. This is what always happens. I'm like, I'm gonna be done at 4. Now it's like 4:30. I'm gonna go till 5 probably. What's up, homework? Homework. I can't hear you. It looks like you're muted. Now you're not. I think you can talk, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think it's working for you. I can't hear anything you're saying if you're saying anything. Sorry. All right, Rick Mendoza, you're the last one up then.
Hey, yo.
What's up, Ricky?
Not much. I still need to finish that Leibniz book. I'll message you about that when I finish it. I'll talk about the first half. But one thing I wanted to ask you about was what do you think about this Drake monopoly? About like how now he's like an official witness on the X murder trial.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Me and my friend were talking about that.
I didn't know that.
No, you know, have you heard about the stuff about like how he dissed his ex and like, have you heard that theory before?
Yeah, no, I've definitely heard that, like, the theory that, like, he somehow, like, took out X or whatever for, like,
It's monopoly,
them
bro.
beefing
It's
over.
fucking, no, you can't let the Zoomers have monopoly. You gotta make it a millennial monopoly.
I see. Because I guess, you know, like, I don't know. There, like, it seems like the record industry has gone pretty hard on just, like, the business model of signing an up-and-coming rapper who has, like, a particular sound or aesthetic that is, like, proliferating, and then getting them in the studio to then get them killed somehow as fast as possible so that they can just, you know, curate the posthumous releases thenceforth.
Yeah, it's. I just think it's a funny like microcosm because me and my friends like we always talk about like because like I forgot there's this one clip of like X when he's like being interviewed and he's like I can't tell you much about like you know what's going on and about like you know how serious it is right now, but all I can let you know is that there's 9 realms, and then like you know like it'll start going up into like some occult stuff or like some like you know he'll like quote Francis Bacon was like knowledge is power, but first you gotta like you know like. He'll like is you know he'll talk about like the like you know the cabal or stuff whatever things he'll talk about a manifold of things but like mainly like even like Nordic stuff like depending what like cosmology but like that's the thing that like I was trying to like because he was trying to like I don't know I could see himself like grounding himself into forgiveness and mainly just dialogue like you know like
He really did. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he was like a real legitimate poet and artist. I think like that's part of the reason why I think that maybe the industry like turned against him so fast is because he took like something like "Look at Me," you know, that song that could just be like a type of like XXX Tentacion or like Lil Pump style like flash in a pan type thing. And
It
what
was
he
the
did
same
with the
sample that
music
Drake
video,
used. Isn't that why like I heard that wasn't that why they beefed too because he was like using the same samples and shit.
oh yeah, no, Drake completely just copy pasted the flow, but he does that all the time. Like that's kind of what he does. And I don't know. I don't really think that is biting.
yeah.
You can't own a cadence. You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, hey, I invented going da 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 da.
Yeah, no, yeah, my friends say that all the time because like what his latest album where like he's like my other friend he's like yo bro he's like he stole the Young Thug beat and he went hard on that and I was like the Young Thug flow I was just like yeah I was like I can get like because like the appreciation for the cadence you know like I could understand like what you mean.
Yeah, no, like I mean, like every poet is like it's working in it, or like you know, great artists steal, right? The real thing is that he got caught stealing from you know X, so it's kind of embarrassing. In the fact that he's like stealing the flow from someone like much younger or whatever, you know, and like less, I don't know, esteemed or whatever, you know, much earlier on in their career as a poet. To like be copying a younger poet is a little embarrassing, right? But great artists are constantly stealing flows. It's just that they don't get caught doing it because they're stealing them from places people don't expect or whatever, you know. Like if I wrote a whole I do like that all the time. It's like a good source of inspiration if you like, you know, write different words to a song using the same tune, like the same rhythm, etc., the same meter, etc.
Yeah, I'm eons above these peons. I won't even disclose where I got that.
Yeah.
The 3 6 month thing. But My question I had is kind of like a thesis I've been like writing about was in like this also ties back. I'll tie it back to the Leibniz thing. Is the in like the he talks about like how like I guess you could say prophets like I wouldn't really like he's talking about Confucius and like he's about okay. I'll disclose this first. Do you know the difference between the what he described as like the modern contemporary philosophers inside China compared to the ancients? Like the difference between those two.
No, what did he say the difference was?
The contemporary philosophers like Confucius and like Taoist literature, it didn't have a natural theology to it, but the ancients did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I was thinking about like how like even if so like I'm not trying to frame like these philosophers like Confucius as like a prophet or whatnot, but like a wise man, I guess to say, or like someone like
a sage.
Yeah, this is likened to that. Like in the East, they get to like Leibniz talked about that they get to live to like a ripe old age. They get to like kind of like live old compared to like if you're a prophet and kind of like the West, you kind of get like crucified.
You get killed pretty young, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like yeah. Do you know anything about like any literature on that?
I mean, like the thing is, like, there's the model of like, well, I mean, that's like the Old Testament saints or patriarchs or whatever. They get to live to a ripe old age too, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're ruling in a kingdom that's doing pretty good, it's justifiable to live to a ripe old age. But if you're a prophet in a corrupt area, it's kind of bad look, to make it that long, right? Like,
Yeah. Because yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about this and like, yeah, I guess like I'm thinking about it too much of like an Eastern Western kind of way with like just yeah. I mean, well, actually, that was actually in the comment section of that one video I linked with that you should have told that to that dude, that fucking that dude who was talking about like how capitalism is debt forgiveness. You should have been like, oh, okay, is every emperor inside China like a capitalist thing because they did
ironically, the notion of the free market is itself from the translation of the Chinese concept of wu wei. Like laissez-faire is literally a translation of wu wei.
Do you think like they just get hung up on like the land reform part, or just like with the distinction of this like quote unquote like geographical, like they just more sentiments on?
I
Like,
think that they get hung up on the land reform stuff because they vastly overestimate their own class position because they know that there are so many who have it worse. This is very often the case where they're like, I don't want anyone to take my land. And it's like, well, your land isn't the land we're talking about. Like, your land's kind of irrelevant. Like, you don't really own anything. Like, you're not really, you know what I mean? Like, their friend, like, when they hear that, like, these wealthy landowners were getting, like, their land redistributed, what they're imagining is their little front yard in, like, wherever they live being turned into a housing development. That's what they're
going to expand the sidewalk on my lawn.
Yeah, that's what they're imagining. And like obviously this image as a broadcast to them is what that means, etc., for purposeful reasons. They're like they think that it means that there's going to be an IRS guy who shows up to your little house in the exurbs or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, it looks like you have 3 bedrooms, and you could fit another family in there. So we're going to force another family in here." That's how like they conceive of these things. They don't really understand that the problem is not that we don't have enough things and people need to have less. It's that some people have so much that other people have to have nothing in order for them to have so much. That's like what they can't get their heads around. Like they don't think of these things as like something where people like it actually being taken from somewhere else because it doesn't appear that way, right? If you just happen to own 1,000 apartment buildings, right, it doesn't appear that you're taking those apartments from people who could live in them and live them themselves, even though that's effectively how it works. So like they're afraid, like, let's say we do real land reform. It's like, okay, you can't own 1,000 apartment buildings. Then it's like that. They're like, well, then, can I own a house? And it's like, well, yeah, you can own a house, but you can't own 100 houses. Oh, why not? It's like, because if you own 100 houses, that means there's going to be like 99 people who like can't own a house, and that's bad. That's like creates perverse, long-term problems. And they're like, yeah, but I don't really care about that. Like, why shouldn't I be allowed to own 100 houses? And then Now you're in a question of ethics, and it's very difficult to argue with an American about why they should be better people because it doesn't really seem like many have a desire to.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
I feel like
everyone.
no, yeah, that's my thing. That's kind of like the mainly these things I'm gonna start like creating. It's like psyoping them, I guess, into like not really like okay. So like I'll tell yeah more Leibniz. But do you know what the in Leibnizian arithmetic and binary how to create a seven?
Just lay it out, my dude. Lay it out.
Oh, it's a 111. It means Almighty One.
So 3 1s make a 7.
Yeah.
There's the quaternity hidden the Trinity, and you add those up, you get the holy number of 7.
Yeah. So like it's like because then like I think about like in the forms of a script. So like as you said, like these people can't really interpret the fact of like all or nothing or like going in between that dialectic. But like it's mainly because they like I don't see them like put it. Maybe they need to literally put it inside like this script kind of format where it's kind of like oh this is like a 0 1 1 1 0. Well, what do you want your economy to? You want your economy to? This is what I always say to my liberal friends is like when they're like we're playing a game or something, I'll be like, oh, bro, I rolled like I roll bad on the dice. I'll be like, oh, bro, that's a 0. Like that's a net 0. I'll be like, oh, no, that's a 1, bro. I rolled a good dice. That's a 1. Like, like kind of like having to put in that game theoretical, framing for them. So it's like, like when you want to like base your economy to be like a almighty 1 script, like, have the almighty 7 and stuff like this 000, like, like no one's gaining. It's all just like deteriorating. I have to form it inside like
the thing is though is that it's difficult for them to imagine that the world isn't just like
you could get some good code, bro. It's impossible to get a good script of code. It's just like
yeah, no, and anyone who says that they could like create a better system is lying. There's no better system. There's only shit and garbage and death and torture and pain, and this is the least bad form of that.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, I mean, like, you can't, but it's mainly because like I feel like this linear arithmetic, because I mean like Leibniz was talking about like Kang Xi and like they were like making like because he was saying like 4,000 years like almost like 5 millennia. I mean like 5,000 years ago that they had like they already developed Leibniz's own arithmetic inside China with Kang Xi and his hexagrams. Yeah. And like how to understand. I was like, man, this is like way cooler than like anything I've like ever learned.
Yeah, it's like there's literally no computers without like the I Ching. It's fucking insane.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what all I've been like thinking about.
Yeah, it's so much cooler. It's so cool. Like everything. It's what's hard for me is that I sometimes like I feel like I appreciate things so much that I can't share it with people because people are very not accustomed to appreciating anything anymore.
Yeah, it's like they go to it like I was try to talk to people about China, like that one crypto bro who's at my work, and then he's like, oh, it's like because he's got that happy ending place that he goes to, and he's like, he's like
they're good to use as prostitutes, definitely.
Yeah, he's like, well, because he was telling me and my other coworker, he's like, yeah, I married this girl, and like, I gave her a ring, and she hasn't worn it for like 4 years, and I'm like, oh, okay, bro, maybe there's a sign. I was like, can you? And he was telling me, he's just like, she was gonna move back to China with her family and stuff, but like, cause like, obviously, like they're doing some illegal shit that probably the Communist Party wouldn't like.
Yeah, yikes.
And and I was like. He was like, "Oh, I wouldn't want to go there and get killed." But then he points at me and he's like, "You probably wouldn't get killed. You got a bit of brown and like your ears, like you got black in your beard, and like you could pass as like a." I was like just straight going into like just race science and shit. Yeah. And I'm just like, dude, I'm trying to like talk about like like Kang Xi and like like Matteo Ricci. I was trying to tell him about like Matteo Ricci and like the accommodationist. Like people no one talks about like the accommodationist position of like there's actually people in like the late Roman Empire who were like trying to like say like, oh no, you could actually make a bridge between like China and like Rome. And like there was this whole Matteo Ricci fucking shouts out missionary went to China, died in China because he was like, what the fuck are these? It's a Leibniz even called China Oriental Europe.
Yeah, he presents the Tang Dynasty as this like kind of ideal Christian polity, and the thing is that they were far more technologically advanced and they had like a very long period of peace at that time. It's kind of like we look back at history, our general conception of it is like this kind of flat line until arbitrary Enlightenment, Renaissance, however you want to put it. So if you're more of a Mediterranean supremacist of Rome or something, you'd be like Renaissance. But if you're more of an Anglo chauvinist, you'd be like the Enlightenment.
Yeah.
And then that's when history really starts. That's when things like take off or whatever. And there's not really much consideration for the fact that Europe was like the backwater. Like Europe is like the land of shadows and darkness for most of human history. That it's like the most backwards part of these international trade networks that existed. It's called like Erebus, like the sunset land of darkness, not like compared to like Asia, the land of light and the sunrise, etc.
That was another. That's what I wanted to say about that comment for like the Asiatic mode of production thing was like the church, the notion of the church inside the East and West, and that's another thing I wanted to tie to the prophet thing was like the in the Western churches like they build like these giant cathedrals which ultimately have like kind of like no point because like the church is really within us,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Yeah.
They end up just pressing down. That's why there's a great Emily Dickinson poem about the slant of light which oppresses like cathedral tunes, because it just sits there. It's just like you could think of the modern banking infrastructure as this giant cathedral which is just kind of weighing on the body politic.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we don't see God in everyday things. Like in our conception we see God in these kind of like monstrous ruins.
Yeah, man. There's this it's on some a comic book note. Yeah, there's this they're coming out with it's just recently DC. They're coming out with this like zombie themed like DC arc that I woke up
Oh
to one day
God,
on. Yeah,
I
on
don't
like I
keep
woke
up
up
with
to
it.
it on YouTube autoplay, and it was the most theosis. Yeah, this is what I want to talk to you about. I'll leave you with this was the just the pulse of the media theosis I've been feeling because I woke up to this dude was talking about like the zombie arc inside DC, and it was very McLuhan-y to me because it was all like the way that they turned into zombies was that they were looking at like screens, and it's like
Oh right, yeah.
yeah, and I was like, oh yeah, I was like, like, I kind of like like I
The
get like the
motivated
radiation.
somnambulist arc of
Yeah, yeah, I was like, yeah, getting the radiation off of your eyes, the radiation that your eyes can't react to.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and then but that Rick and Morty thing, it was terrible. My little brother, it was weird. He was he's like a high schooler, and he was watching this other show that they teamed up with like that pervert Nick Kroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, they teamed up with one of those dudes. Have you heard of the show called fucking? I was walking past it during Thanksgiving. It was called it's called like it's like a show about the
Big
CIA
Mouth.
and shit. No, yeah, no,
Oh,
it's the one with the
Deep
CIA.
State or something. Inside Job.
The Inside Job, that's it. Yeah, the Inside Job. He was watching the new season as I was walking downstairs, and it was literally like an episode with Alex Jones and like Jay-Z as the Illuminati and stuff. And I'm just like, I was like, my theosis was just acting up too much. I was just like, this is just like too. I'm just bearing witness. Like I was felt like I was at the core of
Yeah,
bearing witness.
it's really disturbing. Like Nick Kroll's like this whole family is like deeply enmeshed in like military intelligence shit, and he gets to make a cartoon for high schoolers called Inside Job, which is a lampooning of the conspiracy theory cosmos, which believes that there's connections between the entertainment industry and the deep state of military intelligence. But of course, that's not true.
Yeah, that's like
That's
totally
such a
like
silly thing to believe. We made a whole cartoon about it that you should watch.
yeah, that was pretty freaky to me. But the main thing about like it was very on par. I felt like I swear to God, the people who watch Rick and Morty are on like they're just here with us like listening to this shit because like you didn't get to the rest of the season, but I tortured myself sadly to do it. It was later in the season the dinosaurs they come back, but they were really like these intelligent beings that went to go colonize communism on like other planets and shit. And then like they came back to and realized that like we fucked it up and that like we didn't like preserve the communism that they had here and like like the so like
Primitive communism.
yeah console. So they come back and they call the bluff on all of the world leaders. They're like, okay, we're just gonna give you all the free time in the world now, and you guys could literally do whatever you want. And then everyone was just became like nihilist, and then like they had like a giant convention, and like the dinosaurs were like, oh well, we're gonna ask the questions for what you guys want. And then one of the dudes was like, oh yeah, what if I want to kill myself? And he's like, yeah, well, like don't do that. I was like,
Yeah.
that was literally the script. I was just feeling like just such theosis just sitting there. I was just like, bro. I was like, is this like the height of just like Western dialogue? It's like, just reaffirming yourself that it's like probably not a good idea to just like, kill yourself.
Just don't kill yourself, man. It's like that's like Americans are such fucking insufferable little twerps that if they had all the free time in the world, they would just want to kill themselves. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
that's
kind of
that. Yeah,
Kind
that's
of
literally
Modest
it.
Mouse lyric, right? Like, you wasted life, why wouldn't you waste death?
Yeah, yeah. That's the they even you talk shit because it's weird. They even talk shit on like yeah, these Foster Wallace like they're just like no, this isn't a Foster Wallace thing, but it's really just like yeah, we're just like optimistic nihilists. We're not. We're like the good nihilist, you know. Like
We're content, and we are content. We're the
yeah.
good nihilism. Buy a T-shirt. Anyway, readbooksvlt.com/shop. There's no escape from it. That's the sad thing. You can't do anything. There's nothing you can do because it all just gets turned into merch anyway. You end up just selling merch, no matter what you want to do. No matter what you want to do, artistically, you're just selling T-shirts. At the end of the day, you gotta sell T-shirts. You gotta acquire customers for print-on-demand services. It's just like, unless what you go out there and you're making the papyrus yourself. I don't know. Then what, you sell it on Etsy at a markup? There's just no good moves.
Yeah, no, that's why like yeah, that's why like Neon Genesis like kind of like haunted me. It's just like yeah, we just like kind of crucify ourselves for like this merch that will just like we'll stay there for eternity, even if like we as like a human like as our living form or living capital like dies like we'll still have like our dead capital,
Yep.
Frankenstein in our way there.
Yeah. Yep. All right, man. Well, Merry Christmas, Rick. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the shirt. I'll send pictures of me rocking that shit, bro. I
Oh,
got the
nice.
Democracy Kills Christ one.
Yeah, we need to do more marketing. We need to have organic, grassroots marketing
More
for
marketing, more
non-merchandise.
research. I'll bring you more research on the hexagrams of Kenji.
Beautiful. We need to create the. Honestly, though, what I'm thinking now is that this is the skill set that will be required to command all the AI who are doing things. Like the word, there,
Yes.
all these people are they're just empowering the word cells for the future. Like
Yes.
it's gonna be great because all of their nonsense, all of their pablum is all of they don't even need to speak because it can be automated. You can automate a cryptocurrency influencer account. You can automate any of these. You can automate a intellectual dark web account. You can automate all of these conscious because they produce novel insights, and AIs cannot produce novel insights. So only the science that produces novel insights, the study of the word, will be the one that is Lindy and can survive the onslaught of AI. So us poets are going to be rocking it at the end.
Yes. This is
Amen,
good.
brother.
Amen, man. Yeah, you have a great one, man. It's lovely talking to you as always.
Amen, brother. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And last one, we got iHeart Internet. I'll let you on because I got 7 minutes before I'm done. How's it going, man? What can I do for you?
Great. To begin, Lionel Messi. Is he now the greatest footballer of all time or what?
I have no idea, dude. I literally watched the last 10 seconds of the last game.
That's the only part you
and
should
that
have
was my
watched.
experience.
The rest
I
of it
know,
was
I did the right
bad.
thing. Yeah. But yeah, Argentina won.
They did win.
I saw that the cameras cut to an old Bavarian German looking man who was in the crowd
with a giant
weeping
fencing scar down his face.
Yes.
From old German university tradition.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, you said you were rooting for Morocco, and they got pushed out of 4th place by Croatia. So,
damn.
Yeah.
F's in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to America? I'm sure we went out mad early. We don't give a shit about soccer.
Crazy early. I think group stage.
I love that's one thing. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes the myopia of America is annoying to me, like in the sense that people here act like there is no place other than in America. But one thing I do appreciate it in is that we absolutely do not and will never give a fuck about soccer.
Yeah, it's in some ways
never gonna happen.
I have a love-hate relationship with that trait because it's like in some ways it is infuriating, and in other ways it wraps around to being funny and like endearing.
Yeah, I'm just like I hate soccer's so fucking boring, dude. It's like one of the worst things to watch. I hate it. I've watched soccer games. I'd rather watch hockey, and it's like roughly the same level of scoring.
Hockey's pretty good. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, I'm like a lacrosse guy though. I want everyone to play lacrosse. That'd be
I
cool,
used
but
to
that's
play
never gonna happen
lacrosse
here.
when I was a kid. I think I played it for like a year.
It's the best. It's the most American sport there is. It's like the native American sport, really, truthfully.
Really. What else was I going to say? Oh, for less lighthearted, I want to talk about artificial intelligence.
Sure.
AI.
What about it?
I think it's very interesting the kind of seethe that's coming out of the Twitter artists that realize their kind of
That
quality
they're
of
just
art was
kind of
not.
AI themselves.
Yeah, they themselves are AI. So now they've just been replaced with themselves that'll do it for free. Which they already did it for free anyways, but they don't have the kind of narcissism aspect of it anymore.
Yeah, now they're just acting like little petty landlords, and they're like, "No, you cannot. If you have to credit the screenshot of my fan fiction art."
Yeah, every one of them a mini Disney. But what's interesting is that you looked at what the artificial intelligence image programs actually are, and like with the text programs too, all they do is take an average. It's just they have a database, and it says, okay, give me a sunset, and they take a picture of every sunset and get the average, like add them up, divide them by the number, and this is what every sunset in the world looks like, the average sunset, with whatever modifiers you give it. And then you think about that, and it's like, hold on, yeah, that's nothing, that's meaningless. It's not art. But are the trash artists doing anything different? Were they already AI themselves in that they were just taking averages of things they'd seen before, and anything they made didn't really have any meaning at all? Anything
Well, what's ironically, like art theory, etc., like the discussion, the hermeneutics of talking about art in the first place, already went through this whole crisis like 100 fucking years ago, which is why Duchamp exists. You know what I'm saying? Because the point at the
it's
end
like
of the
when
day
they got the photograph, and it's like, well, now
yes,
why am I painting when I could just take an image like that? What does it mean? What does this picture mean when I could
so you
take
have
a
to
picture
change
of
like
anything
what
in
it
the
is
world?
to paint.
Yeah.
Like, so then it's like okay, so the point of art wasn't to just produce images that had like a type of like trompe l'oeil, fooling of the eyes, optical illusion, sense of fidelity to their exact ways that you see that thing
Exactly.
outside of the frame. They're like, that's not really the point of art. So it's like, what is the point of art? And that's the question that art itself is defining, because art is just production itself. So it's like, what is the point of production if we can automate it?
So I hope this artificial intelligence thing carries it in a way, and to make people realize that what they produce has to mean something. That what it was lacking before was the human element of the kind of like poetry of brush strokes of what they were trying to say with art.
The purpose. It's literally it's like if we have the death of the author, then enjoy your AI produced like novelizations of intellectual properties owned by Disney Corporation.
Yeah. Well, is that not what we get anyway? Like, so I hope people realize
that's the thing though. But it would actually be like, the thing is that if they had to remove the illusion of these things being not just effectively AI art in the first place, this notion that like the Star Wars novelization or whatever, the next or whatever represents some like legitimately like individual work of art that we should. It's like, no, actually it was algorithmically produced from like the world building.
Yeah, that's already what it is. All the change now is that it's a full-on automata producing it instead of a human automata.
So then it's like, wait, so then actually the real work wasn't the reproduction of just a narrative inside of this world, but it was actually the production of that world in the first place. Because now you can say like, hey, AI, make me a TIE fighter or whatever out of the Star Wars universe, any of these sort of fucking things. And like, there's actually now an average look for that thing because so many have reproduced this concept over and over. So really the real art was just the production of those concepts in the first place. And that's an imaginative thing, and it can't be automated.
Yeah, you can say to the AI, make me a spaceship, but you can't make it invent a new concept. Like, make me I don't even understand what kind of new frontier there could be, but like, make me some kind of device that would travel inside of a black hole or whatever. You'd have to think of that yourself.
Yeah, it can't invent anything. That's not what it's there to do. That's what people don't understand. because because these are the people who are like, I'm an artist because I produce art, and it's like, actually that doesn't really matter, because like everyone's producing things all the time, and we can analogize everything everyone does.
So yeah, it's like if you're in the position that you are at risk of being replaced with artificial intelligence, then what were you doing that is replaceable? Okay, you were taking a prompt that someone gave you and making a picture out of the words exactly as it is written with just that. And if AI can replace you like that, then good riddance. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of like, it's only like this. The people freaking out about it are like musicians freaking out about like synthesizers and things like that. It was like, well, if I can automate a horn playing on this sound pack on Fruity Loops, then that's going to take jobs away from trumpeters who are playing live.
Yeah.
So we can't do that.
It's like all you were just playing was playing a note. There's not really any creativity to it.
Yeah, you were being used algorithmically by like, so it's like, then who was the real artist there? It's like, it's sort of like when people were like Kanye, he doesn't do all of the art himself, but it's like, but he's coordinating the actions of the people, which is actually
like,
what the art
would you be able to do that? Like, no. So
yeah, but it's sort of like, you know, it's like if I go like this, it's like if I'm like, okay, I don't know how to do this, but I know the guy to do this, and I want him to do it this way, and I tell him to do it. It's like the idea is still my idea. Maybe they come up with like some innovation on the idea that I've been like, you know, there's a creative process in this type of collaboration, but like it is an artistic decision to pick who you want to do the thing, right?
Yeah.
So like
it couldn't have been done without you.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like AI art isn't threatening anyone. Like if you threatened by AI art or something, then you're just a fucking petty bourgeois kulak who's mad that you can't extract more rent off of your production.
Yeah. You weren't making anything good in the first place. And the real artist was just the person who gave you a phrase to draw on your commission based on an amalgam of your previous works, an amalgam of things that you've seen before.
Yeah. I mean,
so maybe it's not so much artificial intelligence, it's artificial midwittery.
Yeah,
it seems to be knocking out that group of people.
The thing is that it's not actually that difficult to draw things within a defined style sheet. That's why style sheets are created, is to make it so easier for people to copy and work within that style sheet. Like if you're working as an animator, you're not doing a unique drawing every single time. Your production is very much determined by your instrumental utility in the production of like this like framed sequence or whatever. And the models that you're using, etc., aren't created by you. They're provided to you.
It's not really art. You're performing a task that you've been given to you.
The thickness of the lines, it's like we've proletarianized that. So if anything, if you can make it so that now like more people like at a more basic level of like, oh, I have this idea, but I would need to hire like 1,000 people to animate it for me, but they can like more easily just like produce a prototype or something using AI. I don't see a problem with that at all.
No, so there's not really any issue with it. It's only going to replace people who really sorely need to be replaced.
Well, it's like those people they're like, the thing is like, this is the service. Like this is like literally what would happen with an automated Starbucks. It's literally the same class. It's the same class of people. Artists, can we really automate the work every single with the license property rubric that they're filling in of the star? Not really say that
it's not really artists. It's like that's perfect comparison with the Starbucks. It's like the difference between a chef and a line cook. And the difference between an artist and someone who is a professional picture drawer.
Yes, exactly, precisely. Because the thing is an artist doesn't mean that you're successful in the market either. That's not the point of an artist. An artist is judged as an artist in the eyes of eternity, not in the eyes of the marketplace or the world.
It means you produce something that's meaningful, and AI cannot produce anything meaningful. So if you're doing something meaningful, you will not be replaced.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's meaningful to others. Like it's not meaning. AI has no concept of meaning. There's no meaning in artificial intelligence. It's just production. It's not interpreting things. There is no there. There's the other thing, like people imagine kind of by analogy that there's a type of interiority to this AI. And by the interiority, what they really mean is the process that it's actually running things through. But that's not actually how cognition works. So
the maximum of its understanding is, or it's in kind of understanding of meaning, is that it knows what a word means by it basically puts a word into the database and says, what is like this word? and then that's it.
Its predictive powers are only the case in the most defined scenarios, like in very limited circumstances. Is it good at this thing? But for instance, like get an AI to interpret make. It's like it can't, because none of those words have ever been used anywhere else other than that book. It only has meaning with reference to itself in there, but it's actually covertly through, like, let's say, spelling this way so that you pronounce it this way, you say it in this act, which is actually a pun on this word in like fucking Sanskrit or something. And AI can't determine that. And AI can't pick up on a pun.
It's like it's like Google Translate. Google Translate will never be able to, or the translation of machine learning translation of like ancient texts. It's just falls so far short of the mark.
Yeah, because it's not doing etymologies, because etymologies aren't something that are determined by a word cloud, you know? They're determined by
it goes one word. Sorry. It goes one word at a time, and it's like
spontaneity. Like how much words have to do with the shape, the sound is in our mouths when we say them.
Yeah, it's how they all string together, but the AI goes, okay, what's this word? The first one? Okay, modern translation, ding. Move on to the next one. Modern translation, ding. Move on to the next one. Modern translation, ding. And then maybe, if you're lucky, it'll run the whole thing through like a little smoother at the end. But
yeah, there's also no way of knowing
totally lost
if this word is being used in that way, or if it's being used in this contextual way where it takes on a completely meaning to determine whether or not something's ironic.
Exactly.
Like, no, it can't.
And the only issue with that one actually has an issue with the AI art doesn't, is that for the sake of profit and saving money, people who I guess that's not entirely true, because if you have a business interest in getting an actual good translation, you won't get a machine learning translation done.
Yeah, the thing that's funny is that there is actually a lot invested in doing these machine learnings and things for the American intelligence state, because we don't have enough people who are fluent in other languages. And now we're actually at the inverse part, right? Where it's like, actually all these other countries all have English speakers and they're perfectly capable of reading and interpreting things that we do. It's just that we don't know their languages. So it's like, if you're like in China right now, their intelligence agencies are all staffed by people who are hyper fluent in English. They might even be more fluent in English than the ones that are intelligence agencies.
And eventually what's going to happen is that the American government is going to have to contract it out to China so that every American citizen can have a personal Chinese FBI agent.
Yeah.
Like, literally, I swear to God, that's probably going to happen. That they're eventually going to have, these are, it's going to be said that it's a machine learning thing, but it's actually just a big,
it'll be outsourced to
office building.
Mechanical Turk offices of Amazon's running in like parts of India. So it's like a call center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And those people are going to be screening for domestic terrorism threats.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny, but it is what it is. I'm not really threatening AI in that sense. I just think everyone's discussions about it are pretty stupid, especially the people who are super bullish on it and think it's going to do something other than what it actually is doing. Like, what it's doing is it's eliminating some of the most boring, like, make work that exists, and people are kind of threatened by that because most of our jobs are bullshit make work that could be easily automated. Like, I used to in an office. It was very time consuming stuff. Literally just a result of like information siloing, having to use these various government databases to collate these documents, which were all like publicly available. If you wanted to go down to the office and say, hey, I need to get this box or whatever, and wait like 3 hours for someone to go get a box, but it's all just scanned and it's on a database, but you have to pay a fee or whatever, licensing fee to use these search engines and things, and they're only up at certain times and down for maintenance and things.
And it's all just a giant lattice of nonsense where eventually a paid product is made out of nowhere.
I didn't think the whole time I was doing it. I would read, I would listen to other things or whatever while I was doing it, because once you figure out the algorithm of like doing it, you don't even have to pay attention to it, because it's literally was like algorithmic make work that was completely automated by the time I left. And that's just happening to tons of things. Like, do you really need a secretary when you could have like an audit, like, these automated digital assistants and things like that? Like, that's what these things are for. Do you really need to hire an orchestra if you can automate an orchestra? You can simulate an orchestra in your bedroom. You know what I mean? It's like, has music gotten worse because more people are capable of have access to more and more tools? That's like the basic idea is we need to preserve these kind of anachronisms for the stability of the economy. That's basically it. But the
Yeah.
other side of the AI discourse I dislike is when people are like, actually, AIs can do everything we do and better no matter what. And it's like, actually, it can't. And
Yeah,
that's
it's hilarious. It's kind of the Elon Musk fan Indians that think it's going to change the world, and it's like, yeah, well, the future, I get up and it's AI puts my clothes on for me. It's like, yeah, I don't think so, man.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, so it's like if you think about like an AI can make a song, right? You could be like, hey, write me a melody in the key of C with like 2 octave changes or whatever. You could like
AI
make.
already makes songs. That's everything in the top 40. It's AI.
Yeah, kind of. What I mean is like what, but like that's not like really what a song is. That's not really like where a song comes
Yeah,
from. Like
that's
a
not a
song comes
song.
from.
That's noises.
Yeah, that's just like we had player pianos a long time ago. That's just using a player piano. Um, and like like this type of automation could have been schemed out in like a book where it's like oh, you pick a key and it's like this wheel and you like spin it to this thing and it tells you the next note to play or whatever, and you can make it mathematically that way. There's tons of people who've done stuff like that in music for a very long time at this point. But the real point, like where does a song actually come from, one that actually like resonates with people? It comes from like you personally as a human being experiencing reality,
Yeah,
synthesizing a notion, a
it comes
notion
from
to
meaning,
express
and it's
in
an
particular
expression of feeling.
choices. And it's those choices, and it's those particular choices. You might not even be necessarily like making them directly. Like for instance, I screw around on my guitar all the time, and sometimes I go to like play one thing, and like my finger slips, I play something else. I'm like, oh wait, that sounds kind of interesting. What if I did this with that? And there's like an element of discovery to it, in the
Yeah,
sense of like making mix or whatever. So you can't really automate that process because the creative process is one of taking like these is reorienting these kind of continuous things into something purposeful. But the purpose of art, like purposiveness, intentionality in art, has been downplayed by this regime since for like 100 years now under like new
yeah,
criticism and things like that.
and just saying it's all elevator music.
Yeah, so now we're getting back to like, well, actually, we want artists to have something to say because just making a song is pointless now if it doesn't say anything.
Yeah, because it's the intention behind it. It's like, well, why am I making art? It's because I like making art. No, what are you trying to say with it? Like, what does it mean? Well, how are you using this like a voice? Do you just open your mouth and babble? Like when you talk, you're
Well,
trying
there's
to say
people who say
something.
that, right? There's people who've defined artists and like poets in the past, where it's like a type of like a particular type of person who, when like suffering happens to them, they like exude this sound, like a bird, right? Where it's like that, like a poet is kind of just like this type of bird that like it happens to make
They
this sound.
express themselves in that way. It's like their speech. Like the way a normal person would just vocalize a thought, someone puts it into music or someone puts it into a painting. And if you're making a painting just for the sake of making a painting, it's the same as just opening your mouth and speaking gibberish.
Yeah, exactly. There is no art for the sake of art. That's like the most nonsensical thing. There is
No.
no self-expression for the sake thereof. That's just pride. It makes no sense.
No, it comes from something else always.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think this is a good way to wrap it up here. So thanks for coming on, guys.
Oh, did
Thanks
I
for
come in right
listening.
at the end? How long have
Yeah,
you
I've
been
been
doing
on for
this?
like 4 hours. I'm a little
Oh my
tired.
God, Jesus. Well, take a rest.
Yeah. Well, Merry Christmas, everyone. I'll probably be back in the New Year's. Going to be
Merry
recording
Christmas,
with
everyone.
Stilico after Christmas and stuff coming out. And then check out the shop, buy a t-shirt, buy a hat.
Yeah, check it out.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
See ya.
See ya.